Alright, what's going on, everybody? Alright, so before I actually officially start this thing, let me just get some last minute preparations before we get going on with that guy. Like one moment as we check all this out, which, first of all, don't even have the camera uncovered. Oh, feels like my camera's gonna fall.
Hi. What I did is talk about special.
I gotta fix that.
About special occasion. Occasion for you. Me and my dad are going to be playing Skylander the first time on our channel. So it's going to be like a first time for my dad because we never played it. And guess what type of Skylanders game it is, everyone? Guess what type of Skylanders game it is, everybody? Hey, do you know?
Nope, I have no idea. Never played it, but we're gonna be checking it out.
It's Skylanders Trap Team.
All right.
I'm separating all the groups right now for us. Water type, tech type, undead type, life type.
You're fired!
Okay, so I think for the most part, I think we pretty much got everything set up. So this is actually probably going to be a short video.
Are you excited for tomorrow?
We're very close to the end of the game. Yes, I am. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and switch this up here really quick, guys. Hold on 1 second. That just happened. Okay, let's go ahead and get ready and get started with this, guys. I'm gonna get this bad boy on real quick. All right, so we're not getting like any outer border thingies going on, I don't think.
Alright, Daddy, look what I just did.
Pretty cool.
See, Daddy, it's undead type, water type, tech type, fire type, wind type, magic type, earth type, and grass type.
All
right. And our magic items are up there. And do you know what this magic item does?
I have no idea.
If you place it on your portal, it allows you to go to a new world and defeat new bosses.
Wow.
Like a trolling thunder. Do you know what that is? It's a tank.
How would I know anything?
Oh yeah, because
you'll be showing me tomorrow.
I haven't played it either. I just seen a bunch of you.
Okay. All right, you know, I'm about to record the video too, so now it's gonna be time to get serious.
But you know, Daddy, I didn't really watch all. I didn't play all of it, so it's still gonna be special.
They gave away Hello Neighbor today at Epic Launcher. Look at that, you could have got Hello Neighbor for free. But you have to install the Epic Launcher, which is Fortnite's launcher for PC, and you could have got Hello Neighbor. Didn't you want that game? Anymore? Secret Neighbor's on the Game Pass. That's the multiplayer version. I can't believe it came out for Xbox. That game came out for Xbox so fast. Unbelievable. Like, I can't believe it. Yeah. What's up, Thomas? Alright, guys, so I'm gonna go ahead and right now we're just kind of chatting. But we're gonna start the video here in just a moment. I'm about to actually hit start recording, so that way we can record the video while we're live. That way we can get some Steam stuff rolling in. So I've done some minor tweaking on my computer, guys. So lately I've been noticing that we haven't really been establishing like really good frame rate. So I've been doing lots of scans, lots of benchmarkings and things like that. And came to find out that I don't know. So I went back into my motherboard, my BIOS. I messed with some of my RAM settings, some of my CPU settings. We changed some frequencies and stuff, some of the voltage. So I'm kind of overclocking, but not too much, just enough to kind of kick in a little bit more power there. I do have water cooling, so I know I'm safe, but I don't really like overclocking to the extreme. Like some people be going like 5 gigahertz per core on the 8700K. I don't really go that high. I usually just do like 4.7 or 4.8, but I mean that would be like the highest I would do just to be safe. Like I don't like cutting it close to the edge because you never know. You know, you might play that one game that just crashes your desktop, and I just don't want to have to go through with that. So I'd rather just be safe than sorry.
Oh, I know I do. I know I have a game.
Right. No, actually, believe it or not, Jim. So when I went into my BIOS reset, right? So they were back to default. So all my cores were running at like stock speeds, and so was my RAM. I had less performance because of that. So I was running like Cinebench and some other stuff, and I noticed that my charts were literally my charts were bad. Like I don't have any photos or screenshots to show you guys, but it was really bad. And I was like, wow, like I'm not even competing to my own scores. Like I was below my own scores, and I'm like, this is insane. So I said, you know what, let me mess around with a little bit with it. So the only thing I don't like about overclocking is that sometimes I noticed in the past I've had issues with OBS. So so far it doesn't look like we're dropping frames. I want to say our stream looks okay. I'm looking at it right now and it looks fine. I forgot that this does that. Hold on. Gotta go into settings here. Where's it at?
Of course I get.
Now we do this. So now if I switch scenes, it doesn't change that over there, which is good.
How do we just sides?
Oh shoot, don't tell me it's gonna do this. Wait a minute, why is my... Wow, we were like really cut off there. Yeah.
How does this look?
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do the video real quick, guys. Hold on, give me 1 second. Looks good.
Very easy. Yes, because you tell which is.
Wow.
You know what's funny?
All right, guys. Today we're gonna go ahead with episode number 3 here of Home Sweet Home.
You know what I realized? I was in all
What?
three. I was in all three.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
All right, let's try to continue up, guys. Now I know we're getting really close to the end of the game here. So I'm definitely excited to see what's gonna be happening here next, guys.
Okay, yep, that's not creepy.
Oh, it's not creepy? I don't think it is. Oh my god, did this game just look better all of a sudden? I don't remember it looking this good. Yeah, I changed some things on my computer now, so the game runs phenomenal. Look, even when I'm recording it, look, it's smooth. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, not this whatever other.
Yeah, just Daddy, this game gives me. Plus, I looked at the creepy children's drawings today.
What? You want me to play Baldi's Basics?
Don't you? No, I'm not gonna have some bald man. I'm not gonna have a bald man with one single hair chasing me with to go like.
Right.
Hand.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and get started with this. I'm gonna turn my volume up, so I'm not gonna be able to really hear too much.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stand.
Put those over back to the side. All right, here we go, guys. All right, so right now we're going through the cave. Let's get our nights of exploration here. It looks like we got a bunch of statues. I don't know what the deal is with these statues. They have like some kind of historical effect or something with the cave. Wow, that's a lot of statues. Look at these statues. Holy mackerel.
What the? Nope. Nope. If this was me in real life,
I feel like they're gonna come alive.
Hey, if this was me in real life, I'd be like some. Nope, time to turn around.
Oh no, not these guys.
I saw the life and I saw this stuff.
Oh, they're giving me these. I gotta be prepared. These guys are gonna come alive on the ground. I feel rusty, like my hands are just not ready for this. Guys, we gotta get our hands ready. Alright. Whoa. This is gonna be interesting, guys. Alright, so these guys are gonna come alive. So let's make sure we're ready for this. So right now I only got like 3 of the, can you not so close because you're making me like anxious here. Holy what the, oh shoot. Okay. Oh. Too many of them. Woohoo! Let's run in circles. There's a bunch of you. I need to be oh gosh, okay, that did nothing to you.
Daddy?
Yeah?
I saw these guys. I would run as fast as I could and never return back.
It's okay, it's okay. I got these guys. I learned how they fight, kind of.
I'm like, nope, turn around. Oh. Run away. Never come back. Right? Go back to my home. Actually, I don't think you have any home.
Ooh!
Do you have a home in this game?
Oh, okay. Come on. You want to dance? Seriously, dude? Man, I totally just missed that. Oh, gosh. Oh! Oh! Hey, there's a guy stuck in a wall. Hey, what's up, buddy? How's it going? How's it hanging? Okay, that's enough. You guys are insane. Alright, come on. A little more. A little more. A little more. Got him. More? Is that it?
No, there's still
You gotta be kidding me.
I told you there's still one more.
Got him down.
Hey, there's another one.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of it. There's that one still stuck in the wall. Hold on. Let me grab whatever items that are in here right now because we need them. How do you do that? I don't know. These look like little poop balls. I don't know, like an animal like took a dump or something.
I know. I was about to say that you.
It sounds like you're slapping them. Yeah, we're slapping.
Slap.
I'll be a chicken. I'm trying not to, guys. I'm trying not to be a chicken.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Oh! You got him stuck.
You son of a mofo. Man, he wasn't supposed to do that.
Yes, you.
All right, that's it. I'm moving on out of here, guys. I feel like this door is gonna like trap on me. Watch. No? Oh wow. We're safe.
Yeah, imagine the statues come alive.
Yeah, this statue has like a weird face to it.
Looks like King Arthur. Look. Daddy, doesn't it look like King Arthur when he's going like this? Look.
Right.
It looks like King Arthur when he goes.
You know, I think I got it. One of these days, I'm gonna get me another gaming chair. So, gaming chairs.
Yeah, this would be nice. Cause
Right.
gotta give your son
But
some
they're like
love.
$300 to $500, man. They're expensive.
You gotta give your son some love too.
Yeah, I know.
You'll be
Man, look at all these health. You know what? I'm gonna use one because I hate when I have the.
Daddy, that's not good. Why is he giving you all those needles and all the health?
Yeah, that's a bunch. See, I thought those were like nail filers for a second. Like, you file your nails? That's what I thought they were.
Daddy,
Right, Thomas
why
said
is
we
that-
look alike.
why is that statue?
I don't know.
Imagine they come alive. Hey, dude.
That's it. I'm gonna pray my way up here.
Look, we're praying got you.
All right, well, let's do it.
Is that Demon Bull King?
I don't know, but we're up here. We gotta be careful. These guys are gonna come alive. I bet you.
There's some.
I think they see my flashlight. Oh, what the? Oh, that's baloney. Oh no! You don't see me. All right, hit and run, guys. Hit and run. We got to be careful with this. These guys, so many of them. All right, we want to be careful with this one. Come on, just a little more, guys. See, I learned that we can hit them from a distance with this, which is good. And he just totally just blocked that. Wow, he blocked that too. Like the Western movies? Yeah, you know what's funny? I know when I was doing like that when I was doing the what you call it? The hold on a second, let me check something. When I was doing like the I can't even talk right now. The intro, like the music we were playing kind of felt like last year, The Nightmare. What's the deal with that game? David, what's going on, David? Welcome back. Got him. Man, there's a bunch of them. He knows I'm here. Oh gosh, he's looking at me. He's looking at me. See, I didn't have this knife the whole game. I just recently got it. This knife helps a lot. Man, he's just dodging him. Check him out. Ooh, one hit to the base. Oh god, this guy's moving now. Hit to the face. Okay, so why is there wood on fire here? Like, was there recently a fire? I don't get what's going on here. The game became too toxic? Ouch. It's never a good thing. Oh, these guys are like one hit, most of these guys, so that's actually pretty good.
Wait, Daddy, I have a. Did the statue set the wood on fire?
I don't know. My character's getting tired.
Yeah, I can see.
He's moaning. Oh, I like these guys. These guys are taking one hit. That's what I'm talking about. I totally just missed that. Oh, he dodged me. That's what he did. Come on. Right to your base there, buddy. What you gonna do with all my knives? All my knives in between your eyes. You better think twice.
He's gonna throw him at all you.
Oh, dear jeez. Why so... See, so the AI... I noticed that the AI gets confused when I attack them from a distance. So it's a pretty good technique I've been using. It's been helping me out.
Yeah, glitch the game. Did bunches.
Yeah, see? They don't even come after me now from this distance, so that's perfect. Oh, gosh.
Jinxed, boy.
He was like, "Oh, what you say about AI?" Look, I can explain. I can. Man, he's still alive. It's not even fun right now. Okay. But you got a free key anyway, so you're good, right? It is what it is. Man, this guy does not want to go down. Wow, look at this guy. This is crazy. Yeah, we gotcha. We gotcha. I had an itch in my. I gotta get me a back scratcher. Too lazy to reach that far. This guy's really holding it down, guys. You know what game I enjoyed? That Beast Inside. I loved that game. I was so mad when I beat it.
You're after your back, while I have to be over here struggling. It's the itch. Hit on my back, but I can't.
Oh!
We're talking about it.
Goodbye. Oh, what the? I hear somebody. Where is he? Oh no. Something's gonna happen in this weird narrow cave. Like, I bet she's gonna try to cave in on me or something.
How much you want to bet it's gonna kind of want you?
Yeah, you remember last year the Nightmare, right? They came back out again, but I don't think they're doing as good this round.
Fire in the hole!
What the hell just happened?
Watch, that piece of wood's gonna fall on you, Daddy. Watch, look, in front of you.
Who?
In front of you, look, that piece of wood. You ran.
Hold on, we got a big statue here. This one has... This might be a boss fight.
That demon bull.
I have no idea. Oh, what the? Holy crap, that scared the creepity shibbities out of me. And of course I tried to run backwards. The game knew it. He's like, how are you going? Flame on, baby. Alright, alright. Hey, you gave me some light though. Give me credit for that. Holy macro. That made you jump too? It made me creeped out. I jumped out like a son of a gun.
I didn't jump because I didn't hear anything.
You're lucky.
It's called wear no headphones.
Okay, so this guy's holding a piece of wood like he's about to beat me with it. He's like, holy shoot, what the? Holy dear jeez.
What did you say about my king? How much you want to bet this was a sanctuary a long time ago trying to revive the king?
Oh gosh. Of course you're coming out through there. Why wouldn't you? Oh! I gotta run in circles. Running in circles, guys. Come on. That's right. No, he's coming for me.
Dad, how much you want to bet this was a sanctuary where people were trying to revive their king?
They were trying to do something.
Look, there's a king.
Yeah, he's really up to no good.
Hey, imagine if that statue comes alive
All
in the
right,
middle.
some of these guys are taking one hit, which is good.
Hey, imagine when you defeat all those little guys, that guy comes alive in the middle.
What am I supposed to do here?
Shit!
Holy macaroni! My guy, he runs like a slowpoke. Yikes! Oh, guys, he's coming in through the fire. Swing and a miss on my part. Okay, just dodge it. Oh! Seriously, dude? Holy macaroni! One on my way. Oh, he's behind me. Got him. How many more are they?
5.
I think I gotta do something here.
How much you want to bet it's something with the statue in the middle?
Macaroni and cheese. Oh my god, why does that sound so good? Thomas is laughing his butt off.
Hey, does that have something to do with the statue in the middle?
It might be. You might be. Oh yeah. I can't. Give me a hand.
See that? I knew it. And you just didn't see it.
Oh, these guys are everywhere. Ooh wee!
They're after you.
Burn, baby, burn. Oh gosh.
Hey, they're after you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't turn around. Okay, all right. Run in circles, cause that's just what we do. Just keep running. Oh, oh. That was not very nice. What the? Where are you guys coming from? Yo, guys, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of these guys right now. Let's be careful. That run around trick is not working so good right now. I'm trying to take some of them out. There's no way I could have done this with a controller. Man, I just swung and a miss on that one. Oh, I can't even do it with a mouse. Who am I kidding? Two down. All right, so we're standing clear on that one. Oh, so yeah, so the statue is just holding like the things. Did I eat cookies? 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 Cookies sounds pretty good. Look at you, David. You're getting it, bro. You're getting it in. Look at it. See, your stats are building up. Mm-hmm. Yo, you can't eat cookies without milk. I don't know about you guys. I can't eat my cookies dry. My cookies got to be wet. I like my cookies wet. Okay, so I grabbed that because I wanted the health thingy to like kind of stand clear from that. So where am I supposed to? Oh, this path just opened up. Okay, that was pretty intense. I was pretty much on spot there. Breakthrough. Okay. Something doesn't feel right.
How much you want to bet?
Cobwebs, artwork, and like sharp looking poles.
How much you want to bet those are gonna spin?
Spin, or it's gonna cave in. It's a trap. It's a trap.
Daddy, how much you want to bet that's gonna spin and go like this, Daddy? Look. How much you want to bet that's gonna? Look.
Yeah.
Closing
Is the
together.
game audio too loud, guys? Yeah, it might. Hey, what the? Those who neglect the 5 precepts will be condemned to hell, according to the sins they've committed. They will be tortured to death, then resurrected to be tortured again and again. Those who neglect the first precept and commit murder will be tied up and covered with flaming metal. They will then be sliced into pieces by the blades of hell until they die. Wow, that's what happens. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that,
What I think that is.
Wow. Wow, and you talking about me? Okay, so I'm seeing pretty much the same artwork over here.
Dad, cause look. It,
Mm-hmm. My favorite one is this one. Oh gosh.
Poor Daddy.
Oh, this one's different. Well, let's read what it is first. Those who neglect the 5th preset, what the heck, and commit intoxication will be tied up and have flaming acid forcefully poured on down their throats, burning their organs until they die. That just sounds pretty brutal. Look, they pour acid and you drink it, and it burns your insides. Wow. Looks so happy pouring it, like, wow. And then a popo comes for you. Yeah, but you gotta understand, guys, back then there were no popos. You know, you were like, especially like these remind me of kind of like Egyptian type things.
Now you're missing one over there. Look, go back.
Just the one, just acid.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the new one right here. Let's see what this one's all about. Those who neglect the 3rd precept and commit sexual misconduct will be forced to climb a thorn-covered tree. Ouch. Hungry hell crows will peck at them as the sharp thorns pierce through their skin. They will not be allowed down, as the guards of hell will use spears to force them to keep climbing up the tree. Ah, look. They can't climb down, they have to keep going up. Because they got the dogs and the spears poking you to go up. So as you're climbing, you're getting poked. And then the crows are stabbing at your body. That's messed up, bro. Who thought of this? And I thought I had a sick mind. I think they beat me. No, look at this one. She's petting the dog while the dog is like, I don't know. That's so weird.
Dad, look, go back. Realize, look.
Yeah, I don't even know if you should be looking like this.
Go closer. He's licking it.
Ugh. Maybe he's speaking for the. Oh, this one looks like they're about to cut the tongues out. Oh gosh. Ooh. Wow. This is my kind of game. Those who neglect the 4th preset and commit falsehoods by lying or swearing will be tied up before their tongues are pulled out by flaming pincers. Ouch. That's brutal. Instead of Bruno Mars, we'll call it Brutal Mars. Let's do the next one. Oh yeah, you're very welcome. This one looks like it's going to be interesting. Let's see. Those who neglect the 2nd preset and greedily commit theft or fraud will be tied up and thrashed with the whips of darkness. They will then be hammered with pins and ultimately sawed into pieces. Wow, look, they hammer you down and then they... Wow, look at that hammer on your hand. Can you imagine somebody taking a big hammer and just hammering your hand with the nails like that? And then... Oh... Yeah, this hammering again. Where's the saw? Oh, there it is. That's a sword. Wait a minute, is that the monk? But yeah, so you get hammered down and then they cut you up. Ouch.
Hey, you know what I realized?
Huh.
All these people are naked.
It's art. It's just... This one doesn't say anything. Oh, this is... We saw this already. Yep, so we're just seeing the same things right now. How long is this hallway? Okay, so now we're just seeing the same artwork for the most...
Still going! They just keep same picture.
Yeah. We're getting towards the end, though.
Run.
Oh, no, here's the red rope. That means something bad's about to happen.
Just run, just...
The game just lagged. I just saw that. Something loaded in. Where are you?
Just...
Yeah?
Get at the end of the hallway.
Yep, I'm saving it. You know what I love about saving the game in this game, though? It always gives me a hand. Oh, okay.
Dad jokes.
Right. What's up, Solid?
See, this is what dads. They always make dad jokes and they're so cringy.
Wow. Ooh, somebody was performing a ritual here. Wow. Oh, it's my wife. Oh, can't kill her. Okay. Hey, it's her fault. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. Oh my god, that's the mannequin lady. These are all the people that were being tortured. What the heck? Remember her?
Yeah, I'm glad she's gone.
The one that was dancing, remember?
Yeah, I'm glad she's gone.
What about kid jokes? Right, they said, what about kid jokes?
Yeah, kids don't do jokes.
Jane! Jane! Hold on. I'll find a way over there.
Do you have to yell that loud where a demon can hear you?
So I gotta get over to Jane. Jane looks like she's still alive, but who are everybody else? There's a lot more people in this room. This is like a torture area. Oh, all those signs you read, they committed some kind of sin. So they're all being punished for their actions. Honestly, I have no idea. Can I fall off? Nope. Oh my god, what's down there? Whoa.
All the dead souls.
Mary Jane, right? Oh, you just got home from work? Nice.
Daddy,
hey, that's the
look.
time to relax, Solid. Get that relaxation.
Want a bit? It's good.
Yeah, I don't know. What is all this? Why is it so... You know what, though? I mean, I do like that they continued this game, but I kind of felt like part 1 was still a little better, personally. What am I supposed to do here? Hold on. Something ain't right.
But Dad, go back.
Oh. Oh.
Epic fail.
Look at that.
Epic.
Look at that. I'm not really sure, Jay. Like, honestly, I wasn't gonna go live today. But I figured, you know what? I know usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays is our normal, like, at the desk streams. But I figured we gotta beat this game.
Yeah, and he's gonna be doing a little stream with his old son tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. So who was supposed to be here? It takes me back over there again. I don't want to go that way. So now we gotta go across again. Oh, who's over here?
Oh.
Huh? What are you attached to?
There.
Okay. Oh, wait, this is that guy. Or, no, wait.
Hey, there's another.
That's the other lady from part 1. That's the original Home Sweet Home lady. This is the one that attacked me in the schools. They don't even look like they're restrained. What the heck? Oh my god. It would have been nice if she made a reappearance. So who's this one?
Hey, what are those ropes attached to? What are those ropes attached to?
Well, this is good enough. At least it's to the rock. So who is this one? I don't remember who this is.
It's nothing.
No, honestly, I don't remember who that is. Like, what was his purpose in this game? I can't recall. Like, it's not. This one's not ringing a bell. Here's my wife. Uh-oh. She looks normal too. I think this is another illusion.
Jane. Jane, wake up. I'm here.
Jim?
It's me. Let's go, Jane. It's all over. We can go home now.
Oh, you came for me. I thought no one would ever find me.
I'm here. Jane, it's really me. You don't need to be afraid anymore. I made a promise that I'd be there for you no matter what. I'd never leave you.
Oh, this is... Oh, I'm sorry, Tim. I'm truly sorry, Tim. I'm so sorry, Tim.
Don't be. There's no need to cry. It's me who screwed up. I'm the one who needs to be apologizing. I'm sorry I didn't take care of you.
No.
I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. And I'm sorry that I never believed you when you told me about all this.
Oh, Tim. Tim. I'm so sorry, Tim. Oh, this is all my fault.
You don't have to apologize. It's all right, Jane. We're gonna be fine. Okay?
Something's not right.
All right,
Oh,
let's
thank
get out
you.
of here.
I love.
Oh! Oh, not that guy. What? I knew it. I knew it. I just knew something was gonna happen because behind her was a big open gap. She should have kept moving. And I think we're getting into a boss fight. So I came all the way this way for nothing.
Jane!
Oh, he evolved.
What more do you want from us?
The only worth you had was as a blood sacrifice. Now you've ruined my ritual. Don't think that you'll get out of here alive. It's time to follow you again.
Oh, eliminate Chai? How the hell do I do that?
Who's Chai?
That guy. So what am I supposed to do here?
What's his purpose in
Holy shoot! I don't know if that does anything or not.
What's his purpose in?
I have no idea. He's one of the bad guys. Holy shoot!
I jumped!
He was in my face. Oh, I got him. Oh, I gotta hit him on top. Yeah. Oh, what the? What are those?
Jokes.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, Daddy, did he evolve from all the people?
Got
he
him.
Did he evolve from all the people he killed?
This is what I gotta do a couple times.
Daddy, did he evolve from all the people he killed?
I have no idea. What the?
You have some power.
Yo, this guy.
He has a super jump. Did he kill your wife?
Ooh. Got you, buddy. Come on. That's two on you.
Daddy, did he kill your wife?
I have no idea, dude. I gotta hit this guy from a distance. He's just breaking everything. He killed my wife. That's messed up, yo. Oh, he's jumping. What the? Come on. Got him.
What happened to his body?
I have no idea. Well, he wasn't that big before. He's two people in one. Oh, what the? Oh, what the hell was that? You're cheating. He's using cheat codes. He just pulled a scorpion. Get over here on me. Where is he? Oh, what the?
Daddy, what do you mean he's two people in one? Is he a monster mixed with a human?
Yeah, so he's that other big guy I fought before. But he's also the small guy too.
I didn't see the big guy you fought before.
The big guy was the one holding the sword.
Oh yeah, I saw
The old man was his leader. He resurrected him. All right, how many hits is this guy gonna have?
Hey, so Daddy, the sword guy's
Oh, what are you doing there, bro? What is he doing? Oh, no, you don't. Oh, gosh. Okay.
Hey, so Daddy, he's that big sword guy that with the organ body, and the old man went into him. That what happened?
Oh, what did he do? He just killed them all? Let me guess, he resurrected his health. He doesn't know where I am. Oh yeah, he does. I lied. There we go, we got a hit on him.
Daddy,
Hold on.
I have a question. Is that the sword guy's body?
No, that sword, the executioner, the guy's on top of him.
No, I'm saying like that's the sword guy's body with one big guy's sword, and then the old man went into him. Is that what happened, Daddy? Is that what happened?
Hold on, I can't hear you. Give me a second. I don't get what he's doing here. Come on, a couple more, guys. Couple more. Seriously, dude? Wow, I totally just missed that. Got him.
Daddy, is that the sword guy's body?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're combined together.
And the old man went on top of him?
T sounds really amazing, guys.
And then the old man took his sword? That what happened, Daddy?
Mm-hmm. Shoot. Alright, we got a hit on him. I'm almost out of cover here. Come on. Come on. How much more health are you gonna have? That's it? No way. He couldn't have been that easy. Yeah, so this is what he looked like.
No.
Yeah, see, that was the old man. And he combined his body to the executioner, which was the guy carrying the sword. This was the executioner. The heck? Okay. Yeah, so we came all the way this way to save our wife. And then she gets stabbed. And we just took out the guy that did it. And I guess we're gonna check out and see what's going on. Oh no.
Jane, wake up. Please, stay with
Still
me.
alive.
Tim, I can't go with you.
What? Don't say that.
I'm sorry for getting you involved in all of this. It's entirely my fault.
No, stay with me. Let's go home, Jane.
It's too late.
We can go home.
Please take care of yourself. Tim, I love you.
No, Jane. Oh, God. Please don't leave me. Jane.
Oh no, what's happening now?
Damn it. How can you still be alive? You won't get away.
Oh! That just happened. So some random pillar just came flying down. My wife is dead. Look at her wound. She got cut.
Not that bad. You can really get still revived.
Why is her arm in the blood like that? What the heck? I finally found her. And
Daddy!
then nothing.
If you take her to the hospital, she can still be alive because she didn't get stabbed in the heart or the brain.
But how would I go to the hospital? We're not really on Earth as much. Not really. We're like in a different dimension, pretty much. Like, wait, am I supposed to go this way or climb that? Maybe we do go this way. Yep. But what's with all the blood? Like, I'm curious to look around. Oh yeah, we definitely gotta go this way.
That speaker? Hold on, go back. Doesn't that look like a speaker from the front? Like, oh hey.
Right.
Like, oh hey, today's news is 100% chance of horror.
Oh, he's coming back for me. Nope. What the heck?
He just said ditch the body. No, he just said leave the body.
Okay. Oh,
Daddy, he just said leave the body. I can do it on my own with my big head, right? Right, Daddy?
I can hit those, I think.
Daddy, he just said ditch the body, right?
Yep.
He's behind you. Oh! I didn't realize how big your head is. Dad, why do you have to go? Ooh!
Yeah, we don't want to deal with that guy.
Run on those tiny little legs, boy!
Holy gosh!
Run on your tiny little legs! Can you run? Look behind you. See
Yo,
where
who's
he's at.
somebody's out there? Look, you see them? Or what is that?
Look behind you.
Oh my god! That's the monk.
Quickly, this way. Return to your world. Leave the rest to me.
I thought he left. So the monk is still around? Well, the monk did say there was no saving her, so he did have a point there.
That's your regular world?
We didn't really play the house that much in this game. The other version, part 1, we played the house more. Escape from here? Oh boy.
Hey, here's one problem. I don't think the monk's around anymore.
No, now we're back on Earth. See,
No, I'm saying I don't think the monk's around in that dimension anymore.
No?
Because remember the big head went like this.
Yeah, but the monk did help me get that knife too. Okay, it said escape from here, but what am I escaping from?
No, it said check. Because you escaped from the, dude.
Oh, okay.
It said check because you already did.
Yeah, I remember part 1, we came in here, the shower turned into blood, and it was crazy. No reflection? What the heck?
Wait, so Daddy, the shower turned into blood and that's how you got into that dimension?
No, that was part 1. Like, part 1, you played more of the house. Every time you beat a level, you came back to the house, and the house changed every time. They didn't do that in part 2 too much. He's just monkeying around. Get it?
Daddy.
Wow.
Hopefully the monk is still. Daddy?
I'm a vampire.
Daddy?
Yeah.
I just saw the head and it went out the...
Uh-oh. Oh, and I remember this. We used to use this to go into the other... I don't have a flashlight. Shoot.
Use that to go into the other dimension.
Yeah.
So the monk was pretty much on your side the whole time?
Yeah, the monk was a good guy.
Finally.
He had limits where he couldn't do certain things, but he was able to... He helped me forge a knife, and that's what helped me against the demons.
What were we supposed to do?
Well, it said escape from here, so I guess I just go out the doors there, but I want to
No!
I want to explore the house.
Daddy, it meant escape the big head, which you did, and it gave you a check.
Oh, okay, okay. So
Yeah.
okay.
But I think you're actually supposed to walk out the door.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey, he's a monkey, right?
yeah, but I think you're.
I don't like that picture because it keeps going up and down. Somebody didn't do the dishes.
At least you ate before. God. Isn't your wife around to do the?
She's dead. Okay, well, here's the thing about this picture. Watch this. I put it up. Oh, it stays up now?
Yeah, because you're not going to. Hey, are you supposed to walk outside? Can you stop?
Yeah, the picture's not going down anymore. It's not haunted.
Hey, are you supposed to walk out the door?
Yeah, I
But
think
Daddy,
so.
you're a Chinese family? Hold on. Like koi fish?
Hold
Look,
on.
Look at your wall. Look at your wall. That way. Like koi fish.
Okay, hold on. The phone's ringing. Oh gosh, maybe it's my friend.
Hello.
Hey, Tim. It's Stu. Where have you been, man? Everything okay? We've all been worried about you.
Yeah, I'm fine. You caught me at the right time.
I've been trying to get hold of you forever. Thank God you finally answered. Have you heard anything about Jane? Do you want me to come over so we can talk?
Yeah, come on over. I really want to talk. To you.
It was still in my hand. I can't skip this. I don't like when they play music. I'm gonna get copyrighted. Oh, then I'm just gonna do that because I don't want music playing right now, guys. They get pretty butthurt about it, so we're just gonna leave it like this for now. Yeah, that's it. We beat it, guys. We totally just beat it.
But Daddy, you heard him? He said, I really want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And then the thing was like all lovely. And you saw the sword. And when his hand was shaking with like red electricity. And the sword went in his hand. Saw it?
I guess my character turned evil. Yeah, I don't know. Like, so we just kind of... I don't know. I don't even know what to say right now. Thank you, guys. I don't know.
Wait, Daddy, if our character turned evil, does that mean they're going to make a part 3 to show us what happened? But Daddy, you saw that though? He went like this. Look. His hand was shaking and the sword went in his hand. You saw it?
Uh-oh, yeah.
Wait.
Thank you. What's going on there, Zio? All right, so we're going to let the credits roll, guys. And then we'll definitely be getting right back in just a moment, guys.
Wait a
Hold
second,
on.
Daddy.
What's up?
Was that scar from the guy?
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
I have a game for
Dame tu cosita,
It's called
If I don't have it installed, I probably won't be able to do that. Okay, so it looks like it's almost done.
ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita.
Hey, you start the game. I'll play with
I'm not doing those right now.
No, play with
Well,
me.
Frosty Nights I think I took out.
No, play with me. You can actually move.
Wait.
Have you ever heard of hindrances?
heck is going on here? Watching TV?
When you're in hindrance, your spirit cannot move on.
My spirit cannot move on? The monk's talking.
Is that the monk?
Hindrances are what prevents the spirit from continuing on to the other realm.
Hold on. Stop. Oh boy.
It lingers, wandering as a ghost.
I think it's telling us there's a part 3 coming out.
This realm we are currently in, this is the hindrance.
I remember those, so it's giving me a reference of what's been going on. What the heck was that? Was that like Wisha? It looks like her, right? Wow.
Your anxieties, your attachments to the world
So that's my character and the wife.
are your hindrances.
That's what's going on. It's explaining. Well, it's a woman from part 1. Yep, this was the school. See, I missed playing part 1.
Her face cricket, she literally went like this, look.
Why did they say?
What goes around comes around, as they say.
Wow, so we just beat it. Unbelievable. Right. You just gotta do game broadcast. All you gotta do, Zio. That's all you gotta do,
Wait,
really.
Daddy.
They give you instructions what to do. What's up?
The school lady's face was like this, look. School lady's face was like this.
Okay, guys. So what we're gonna do is actually let me go ahead and end this recording, because we're technically done with Home Sweet Home. Sadly, I thought we were gonna at least get a little more, but that's okay. So we're gonna go ahead and end that real quick.
That was like 10 minutes.
Yeah, that went pretty quick. All right, so let me just, we took that recording off. Yeah, I don't know, like what are your guys' thoughts? How did you guys feel about the game? Did you guys like it? Did you
Do you want to hear my thought about this game?
What is it?
Scary, spooky skeletons.
Yeah, I like that song. Creepy skeleton. Or no, it's spooky.
Jokes.
Oh man.
Hey, Dad, you still have the game play
It's a
with
crazy
me?
game, yeah. I like it.
You have the game play with
No.
our game where a clown chases around,
Mm-hmm.
and you're supposed to get all the cake, and then the clown like does.
Yeah, I will agree with Jay. There wasn't really that much jump scares, but you know what though? Let me put it this way. It's not Five Nights at Freddy. You're not gonna get a jump scare
Every time.
every single time. And honestly, I don't like games that overdo the jump scares. This one is more atmosphere based. But yeah, I guess it really doesn't really have the true horror elements. However, gameplay was pretty good.
But Daddy,
I think the knife was a bit OP though towards the end of the game. I think it just really took the fear away. Once I got that knife, I just no longer was scared anymore.
no FNAF is a.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about FNAF, I like if it was like a 3D move around with the animatronics like chasing, that'd be cool, but
Oh, they have that on PC or VR.
yeah, well the VR one I noticed too, yeah. Okay, so,
The VR one, you're actually able to fix the animatronics. Gotta be careful.
I liked it. Honestly, I hate to say this, but I liked the part 1 better.
I've never seen it.
I think part 1 definitely surpasses part 2. Part 2 was cool, but I mean, it was nice. Stop moving the chair, please. It was nice. Wait, what the heck? I put chapter select, so why did it put me here? But here's the how. Seriously? So you choose the chapters based on the rooms? There's... What the heck?
Number 2 is in
5 Deadly Sins. Hidden Tomb.
So Daddy, we're just in the 5 hidden sins.
Nothing under there. Why is my screen red? Chapter 3.
Daddy, there's only 5 chapters. Uh-oh, Daddy.
That's bullcrap. See what I'm saying? This picture scared me.
That's some spooky skeleton.
Oh, so here's that little show thingy now. We're seeing the TV again. Yeah, so 5 total chapters. So 5 is the most.
Daddy, look, go back. Go back down. That's how you can tell where we're at just now, because look at the spike entrance.
Yep. That's kind of cool. I like how they went about with the chapter select. That was pretty nice.
I don't like when you looked in the closet, you just seen a lady.
Yeah, this was the...
In performance?
This was the scary one. She was actually a good addition to the game. I think a little bit more of her would have been good.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Do you think that's her soul inside the mannequins? Because think about it.
Yeah, you're right. You got it.
Because she was sacrificed. Remember? She was like this and she was dead.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean her soul was in the mannequins?
Yeah. Yeah, her. I liked the earlier episodes of 2. With her, she made it kind of creepy, but I still liked it part 1 the most. I would say part 1 was really interesting.
Jane's drawing.
Yeah, you see the key
What key?
on the top left. It tells you where the key was. That's how I
What
had it
top left?
right there. Can't move the mouse on there. See where it says J and then the key. Yeah, but that was for the beginning of the game. We already finished
It's
that.
Jane.
Oh, I never went up here.
Daddy, I think you need Jane's key for that. Wait, Daddy, go downstairs.
Oh no, we had to get like a ladder or something, but I don't think we could do it right now because... Yeah, we're in chapter select, yeah. Dude, please, the chair. Alright, and then look, there was even an easy mode, but I kept easy mode off because I wanted to play it like legit. Yeah, you know what guys, it was a great game. I liked it. It was pretty good. That's it. I think episode 2 is actually like done. Like, I mean, unless they make a part 3. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think part 1 cracked it down.
Wait.
Because it was scary. I was in the schools with flashing lights.
Were those the previews of the part 3?
It might have been.
Maybe it's 2-player.
What's up, Kelso?
If it's 2-player.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this was a really cool game. I liked it. Just I think part 1 definitely. I liked the mannequin chick though. I think she was cool. But after you beat that, it just kind of felt more like running around, puzzles. You know, the guy with the sword was chasing you. But he was blind, so he was kind of easy. But not really. He was kind of hard too. I'm doing really good. Thank you, Kelso.
Let me guess, he had...
Yeah, you could have heard him.
Which chapter was this sword guy at?
I want to say probably like 4 and 5. There's 5 chapters per episode then.
Can you show me him?
You saw him before, didn't you?
No, I didn't see him. I didn't see the sword guy.
Yeah, we don't see him here. I think we see him more here.
No, because you're just in there, remember? And then the Hidden Sins room. I think it's chapter 3. That one.
The hindrance? Nah. This is where I met the monk. Yeah.
That one.
This guy technically attacked me through here. But what happens if I do the chapter? Let's see what it looks like real quick. Yeah.
Silence!
Yep, I hear them.
I'm not going to kill him just yet. The 2 of you will get an opportunity to die together. It's time. Take her away for now.
Okay, now it's getting a little warm up here.
Daddy, you're in a cage.
Where the hell am I now? I have to get out of here.
Huh?
Cold.
Oh, where's Jane?
Did you know how cold?
I know, but it gets hot up here though. Oh, I got the regular knife. Oh, you want to see what he looked like? Here, you'll see him right now.
Where's the sword guy at?
Jane must have been here.
There's the old man.
Where's the sword dude?
What? I was gone for just a few moments and he got away. Find him!
See the sword?
The eclipse is about to begin.
That's the other guy.
Punished if we fail. Not now! Go, find him, or we're dead!
That's it. He took Jane somewhere in there. I need to find her.
All right, let me see if I can get you to see the big guy real quick.
Oh, the sword.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
how did they just disappear that quickly? Going the same way you did before?
Well, I kind of know where to go now because I've done this.
Guess it's
Was a dead end.
How could the sword guy and the old man find the way through? How could... It's not the sword.
No, the big guy's not here. Dang it. Alright, well, I'm not going to do all this right now. I was trying to show you him, but he's pretty far up ahead. Was there people outside?
I have a camp.
Oh, okay. Or next door.
Put a small on stick. Ooh.
Alright, guys, so we're going to go ahead and switch games here in just a moment. Give me just a moment, okay?
Yeah, but
Alright.
it's gonna take us a while to figure it out. Bye.
We're going to hit that BRB real quick. Yeah, no, that was a good game, man. I'm just sad we beat it.
Wait, how do you do?
Nah, I don't have that right now. Well, not installed anyways. Or maybe I do. I don't know. I have to find it. I have to see. I kind of figured this one would be short. But, yeah, we'll see. Oh, yeah. It's interesting. I just can't believe episode 2 came in 2 parts, though. Like, that's crazy. Let's see here. Give me a second, guys. we're gonna do a game a little different here. I think I got a couple short horror games we can beat real quick, so I could just wipe them off my hard drive. I think these are not long. Alright, so let me go ahead and get this ready then, because we're about to switch it up. This one is going to be episode. This one is Never Let Me Wake.
3 episodes?
Yep. Yeah, I still got that installed. This game doesn't exist on Never Let Me Awake. It's over here though. How come it? Huh?
What is that game?
What?
Mushroom Pink.
I have no idea.
Yes, the 3rd episode, you're gonna big boss fight too.
Hmm?
Okay, let's just get this boss fight over.
Well, I guess I know what we're up against here.
What?
This is what we're gonna be up against here.
Never Let Me Down. There's all that. Okay. Okay, go down real quick. Go down real quick.
Hold on.
Do that one.
This one?
Okay, go down real quick. I'm gonna show you something.
What did this? I need the certain resolution.
And go down real quick.
Hold on. And it must be oh, dude, today's New Year's Eve. Oh no, there's 31 days this month. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. I was about to say, no wonder they're partying. I forgot about that. Wait, how many days are in this month?
31.
31? Oh, you're right, 31. Yeah, tomorrow's New Year's Eve.
Days. Oh wait, Daddy. People aren't gonna watch our families, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So how are we gonna stream? Right?
I mean, I'm gonna go live, but probably like in the evening, and then at night I won't be able to.
No, but it kind of looks like no pin.
Yeah, right. Oh, the last game I played was Never Again. That was a good game. I liked it, that one. I just had this picture and lost it.
Ow! Chill! All you hear is beeps outside.
Oh, I found it right here. Okay. yelling.
Yeah. Probably a lot. What the heck is that thing?
That's the lady from part 1.
I see the lady from Park.
Jay knows
He knows what?
what's going to be going on. Oh, I screwed up.
You broke it!
Oh my gosh.
How strong are you? Look what you did, Dad. Look what you did. You this guy did? That's what he just did.
Oh, it's coming to PC? I'll probably check it out. Because I'm not going to buy a PlayStation for it.
For what?
To play a certain game. I'm a little upset with Konami right now. Ever since he discontinued PT and Silent Hills, I'm done with Konami. I want nothing to do with them right now. Like, you don't just stop making Silent Hill. What's the matter with you? Speaking of that, Silent Hill's another game I gotta finish. I have the PS2 version.
I've been hearing rumors from my friends that Silent Hill is scary.
It is scary. And the sad thing is, it's almost based on true stories.
What?
Yeah, Silent Hill's a real place.
Yeah, I know that. That's
I mean, the game twists it up a bit, but...
I know! There's no way you're gonna find a guy with a triangle-looking head with swords to chop your hands off.
Yeah, well, blame Sony for that one, Jay.
Yeah, I know Silent Hill's a real place with I don't know. Silent. Right?
We don't have many graphic options here.
Right, Daddy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's cost. Whatever she's...
You're fired!
Alright guys, so today we're gonna go ahead and get started with
Never let me awake, and I don't know why. That's really a smoke pipe.
yeah, it literally is. Let's
has
go
a,
in.
Who has a smoke pipe these days?
Back in the days, that's the way they...
You have a smoke pipe, Daddy.
Then I guess I must be young.
Are you young? You have a beard.
Oh, young people get beards too. You know, you call me old, we're gonna have a problem. Don't forget who your dad is.
I'm young, and you don't see me having...
Yeah, you got a little mustache going on.
Yeah, a mustache, not a beard that's overgrown.
Alright. Hold on. What do we got here? Land development has been decided to be done in certain areas of the United States. They had found that there is one house in the area where land development takes place. They tried to contact the house to know whether it is abandoned or not. However, there was no reaction from the house at all. Therefore, one investigator was dispatched to the house. I guess that's me.
Yeah, that's you.
So you send one investigator. Of course you would. Why wouldn't you? It's a horror game.
And then you wouldn't
What
send
the-
other... Oh, what? Oh, yep, there's nothing wrong with a pink forest, with pink dust, and
Is
a
something
black
wrong with
car.
my game, or is this just the way the game is? Oh, I'm driving a nice car, though. Look.
It's black.
I'm pimping. Look at my license plate. Never gonna catch me. I'm gonna say this looks like a Mercedes. Yeah,
Wow,
it's
Daddy.
got like that Mercedes look to it.
You're rich now.
Yeah. Hey, I can jump in this game? Oh, I love games that let you jump.
Daddy, your car
Wait,
just
what the-
upgraded from...
I just got stuck.
No, in real life, this man has a Kia. His car just upgraded from a Kia to this.
Right. All right. Here we go. Yep, it looks like a Mercedes. It definitely does. Looks like it's fully loaded. But why is it so shaded like that? I have no idea. I hope this is the way the game was supposed to look. Where am I going? Oh my god, this game lets you explore wherever you want. I don't like that. That means I'm gonna get lost. Oh dear gosh.
There's no bear.
Oh, wait, just found a barrier. I have to finish my task? Oh, there's another car, look. Okay, let me just follow the path.
Where's this other car at?
Well, I don't know. Looks like the Scooby-Doo van almost. Just needs Scooby-Doo written on it.
Scooby.
Scooby-Doo.
And all you
Where
need
are
is
you?
and all you need is Fred. Look, Daddy, look at the car. All you need is Fred driving there, Velma sitting right there, and then
Oh look, here we go. Now we can get
Shaggy and Scooby sitting in the back with that one girl in the middle. I forgot her name.
Daphne.
How come I always forget Daphne's name? I
Oh
remember the
look,
rest.
look at me. Oh, wow. This interior of this vehicle
look.
is definitely insane.
Oh no, I don't like that.
Little man is old. That's why you call him little man, right? Ooh, look at this truck. I guess you could say this truck speaks for the trees. Wow. Wow. Another one. We're using the same truck now. Okay, guys. What's in it? I'll take that. Of course I can't take it. What the hell happened in here?
Remember, Daddy, they said they got.
My mouse sensitivity is so high right now. Hold on.
Remember, Daddy, they said they got no calls from that place, so it was a band.
I'm gonna go like 1.6 because it's too high. Oh, we could.
Dad, but remember, the only reason why you're out there is because they didn't get no calls from the place, so they sent a detective to see if the house was abandoned or not.
Okay. All right, let's see. Yeah, sensitivity's a little better now. It was too high. Here we go, guys. We're about to go check out the house.
Don't do it, Daddy. Don't even open it.
I had to open the door. That's where the action is.
How much you want to bet the hallway looks like?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it probably does. Yeah, I'm going colorblind too. I'm pretty sure it's just the outside. Or I was hoping it would be. Or just the way the game looks.
I colorblind too.
Okay, no, like legit the whole game looks like this. Why does it look like this?
Am I colorblind?
Oh my god, with the lights on. Oh my god, that gloom glare. Look at that. Oh dear jeez. It might just
Am I colorblind?
Okay. Looks like we could zoom in.
Daddy, if you're colorblind, I probably got it from you. Is it me or just this whole game looks pink?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's kind of a
Or is that the way the game
door's
was?
locked. I don't know. Could be my GPU blowing up. My graphics card was overheating just a second ago.
Or Daddy, we could be color.
Locked.
Or Daddy, we
Locked.
could be colorblind.
Locked.
We didn't know it.
Could be. I like that we can jump though. Look. Oh, that's so great.
I need it. Why are you exploring an abandoned?
Oh, I legit need to know the password.
I try 11111. That always works.
It's just right. 11111. I need to hit the.
Press 1 a bunch of times. And
Denied.
111.
It is very hard on the eyes. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm wearing my gaming glasses, so I'm good. But you guys are probably getting tortured right now.
Well, good for you. You get gaming left.
All right, so we just found a key. Not for that door. Ooh, I like this. Give me that bad boy right there. Yeah, I don't know about this game, guys, but you know what? We're gonna beat it. I'm just gonna play it and beat it. That's what we're gonna do here. Okay, so I found a key. It's gonna open up something. Seriously? Inventory. Where did my key go? You gotta be kidding me. Right click to zoom.
I don't like that. Why is there a bunch of the graffiti on the wall?
187. Not creepy. Yeah, that just that did it. 187. Son of a. So what's the other one? 187. That's the only numbers I see though. Or is that 787? 78. No, wait. One of them has a line in it, one doesn't. So that's 187 because it has the underscore.
Wait, Daddy, maybe that's for a different thing. Try the other room.
Right.
Because remember the other room had graffiti on it too.
Yeah. This one has no numbers.
Why is that? Yeah. Hey. Yeah, that just bumped up the graffitiness a lot. Look at that picture.
Yep. Oh. How do I can't do nothing with this?
Wait, Dad, there's another picture up there. Look. Look at the other picture.
Am I stuck in this game already? Okay, this game is really hurting my eyes. Like, look at this. Like, what the hell is that? Like, is it that necessary? I know it's bright outside, but jeez. Oh my god.
Why is that girl's face blocked?
I'm in the beginning of the game and I'm already stuck. Oh, I can go back outside. Tab to open up inventory. Use items by pressing. You can examine items by pressing Q, which I have been doing. But maybe I'm missing something. Take a look around here.
That is the password.
Alright. Maybe there was something in here, guys. I feel like we're missing a couple things here. No? Oh, I found this.
What'd you find?
Mr. Boogie. Me. Dorothy.
Mr. Book.
Maybe he likes to boogie.
Wait, Daddy.
What?
Mr. Boogie the big guy?
Yeah. I think he's the guy chasing.
Wait, so it's only...
I don't know. Jay might have a good point. Let's check our settings. Oh, maybe it's Bloom. Let's try that real quick. Wow, these trees are really shaking it. Is this supposed to be happening here? Like, if I walked outside and saw the trees doing this, I might have to dance with the trees. Wow.
Be like...
It just feels like that's the way the game is, but why is it like that? Ambient occlusion? Let me turn it off.
Oh, God.
That did nothing.
Turn it...
Put that back on.
Ambient occlusion just makes it darker.
Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita.
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
Dame tu cosita. Ay.
Game is messing with my eyes.
See, I don't like that grain effect. I don't like that. I know it gives you like that scary feel, but I'd rather just see the original textures. Alright, something ain't right here, guys.
Hey, this game is hurting my eyes.
Okay. Jiggy, 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 jiggy.
This game is hurting my eyes.
It's hurting my eyes too. Honestly, how do I grab a key and I don't have it anymore?
How do you say your eyes are hurting, but you have
Wait a
gaming
minute. I
glasses
found
on?
something.
Dinosaur.
Wow.
A dinosaur. That's all you find. Okay, yeah, Daddy, look at that picture. Oh, why is there a turret?
Oh my god, the lights in this game are insane.
Daddy, look underneath the lamp. Can we take that, please? Look at that. Look, no, not underneath the lamp. Can we take that, please?
Oh no, yeah, I know. I would love to have that. That's just torture. So why'd the doors sealed back up if I took them down? It's like the game. It's like the doors reset it or something. All right, we're missing something here. It can't be this. It can't be this difficult.
Yeah, the game reset when you walked in.
But how come my keys are not going to my inventory? Yep, I think I'm about to rage quit. Blocked. We're gonna do 7, 8, 7, but be sure. Nope. 1, 8, 7.
Or did I try it backwards? 7, 8, 1.
Oh, you thought that was it, didn't you?
Yep.
Oh, lag spike.
Oh.
What the? Wow.
Oh. You want to say that? Waka, 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 waka.
I don't get it.
This game is broken. Go on to different.
Wow.
This game is broken, bro.
Yeah.
Take down the board. See what's behind that door.
I can't.
What happened to our keys?
See, okay, let me try something here. Something ain't right. Something is not right.
If it doesn't work the third time, we gotta quit.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're gonna have to.
Hey, if we try it the third time it doesn't work, we're quitting, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me go back inside. So so why is it every time I go in, the keys are there again? So why am I not really grabbing the key? I do apologize, guys. I wasn't expecting this to happen. Look, the key's here again. Maybe I need to examine it first.
Take. Now press E to take. It's a drawer key.
It won't let me use it.
No, Daddy, it's a drawer key.
Oh yeah, I did say that, didn't it?
Or said drawer. Oh, Dad, we gotta quit.
What the? That box came out of nowhere.
Yeah, we gotta quit.
Well, it did say drawer key, so let's look for a drawer that needs a key, right?
How much you want to bet it's the one over there by the dinosaur? I mean, the one by the lady.
Probably.
Well, you didn't check the doors before. Oh,
Postcard 1122. We just
hold
found
on,
the
Dad. Look
pass.
at that postcard again. Wow, I'll be quick. What is that thing?
See you soon, my love. Yeah, you send me a postcard like that, I'll never respond ever again, and I'll leave out of the country. Because what was it? 1122.
1, 4.
Granted. And why is it always got to be the basements?
We're about to quit
The
on
pink
this.
is just a game. I just checked the YouTube video and the game looks exactly like this. So why does it do it though?
If it didn't look,
It was only for up top. Look, the game looks normal now.
if
And
it,
it sounds.
throw boxes. Why'd you just moonwalk out of here? Don't you dare. No, you're not allowed to. Oh.
No, I want to go back. I have no flashlight. And we go deeper and deeper. Who has a basement like this? And why do I feel like I'm losing frames? Is this game really like blowing up my GPU right now?
Who has a basement with lockers and all over the house?
It's locked.
Why don't you want to bet there's some behind those boxes? Now you better clear a way for you to run out.
Yeah, no, that is exactly what I'm gonna do. Because I know I'm gonna need.
Better clear.
Oh, it's a dead end anyway. Never mind. How's it actually gonna do this? And like, oh, and like get the monster like stuck in the boxes or something. Ooh. It did nothing. Some H2O. Can't go wrong with that.
Yes, you can. You don't know how long it's been there.
Maybe this was like the security office. I don't. Ooh. 101. Oh, now I got inventory.
No, Daddy, it's because you probably used it on the drawer.
Wow, that got real dark real fast. Oh,
nope,
no,
Daddy. Nope. Turn around, close the door, and run away. Never come back.
But I need a flashlight.
I told you something's gonna look in the house like that.
Locked.
Daddy, you took my word. You're like, how much you wanna bet something in the house is gonna look like this? And I told you.
Yo, we got blood and organs all over the place. We'll do the bathroom first. What is this?
Oh.
Petrol oil?
Why does it say you?
What am I supposed to do with that? Petrol oil can be combined with oil lamps to increase light. Oh God, that means we're not gonna have infinite light, so we better be prepared for that. Just carry the candle with you. This kind of gives me like that.
Daddy, why does this look like an insane asylum with all those cages and all these organs on?
There's something right there on the ground I see. I don't know if that's a person or if that's a
guard.
It was a guard. This was a weird house. Locked. Locked.
It's all locked.
Locked.
Daddy.
Locked.
It's no
Yeah, you can see the red.
How much you want to bet he's gonna chase you once you?
Nah, I don't think he will, but I bet you that one room that's open, probably where that creature is.
Ah.
Maybe I came at a bad. Look at their heads. Yep, came at the wrong time. You guys have a good day. Yep. Nope, they are, their heads is twerking it. This game is really dark.
What is that? That thing.
I don't know, but you know what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna full screen
Wait,
this.
Daddy, room 101. Wait, do you think the room 101 is upstairs?
Hmm?
You think the room 101's upstairs?
Oh, I think we've already opened it. I had to make a GIF real quick. Yeah. Oh gosh. Whoa, what the? I
Daddy,
just...
the monster's rising!
Don't you dare.
The guards are getting up!
Got all screwed up just now.
Yeah, because all you want to do is make a stupid gift and go like some rug. Really? a slow motion.
You don't like it?
Daddy,
Hmm.
look. I have every type of element. Look, all 9 of the elements. Not all 9. Crap, man.
Give me a second, guys. Hold on. Let me see how this actually looked up. All right, let's see what this ritual is all about. You hear weird music.
We came at a wrong time, Daddy, so we just back out. These all the patients? What are they bowing down to? Just a bunch of organs, Daddy, look. Look at it, Daddy. Just a bunch of organs, look. Oh my god, how tall is that? Look, it's just a bunch of organs.
It won't let me jump on top of them.
Daddy, just a bunch of organs, though. Why are they bowing down to that?
There's a panel there.
Look, Daddy, look at that. Why are they bowing down to that? Bunch of... Why are their hands all bloody?
These look like they're patients, so maybe this is like a mental asylum, and I love how there's 2 candles on this one door. There's that creepy family picture. I bet one of you guys are responsible for all this, aren't you? I can't see nothing.
Hey, how much you want to bet it's Mr. Boogie?
Did I just cut the power off? Oh, they're gonna hate me out there. Oh, they're gonna be mad. They were in the middle of worshipping. What the?
Bunch of organs, right, Daddy?
Ooh. You have taken the oil lantern? They gave me a bunch of these.
Use one. Use one.
Doesn't let me combine. Oh, I'm not going in there yet. Hold on.
Dad, go outside, see what happened. Use. There's already oil in it, look.
I gotta keep an eye on that oil then. It lights up pretty good. Oh yeah, they were mad.
Yep, Dad, go. Time to go to that vent. Yep. How do you get him?
Okay, well. I just heard something in that vent.
That's probably you. That was you jumping then.
I need something. I can't grab the chairs?
Dad, what just happened to all the patients?
I have no idea.
Yeah, no.
But how do I know
You have no idea, and then you're gonna regret it later.
Okay, oh, now it shows me the fuel. It goes pretty quick.
Ah, they're gone.
They're gonna be man. What the? I just saw out of the map for a second.
I look behind you.
Nope.
Imagine something chases people. Yeah. That's when we just pause the game. I pause the game.
Something.
It's the guard. He ran.
He's like, don't go this way. Some body physics, though.
Wait, Dad, look up. See where he came from. Wait, Daddy. Is that a vent from upstairs from one of the same people? A bunch of dead guards with bites out of their arms.
There's a bunch of guards. Like, so what happened here? Somebody was mad.
That's a bunch. Hey, go. Nope, go the other way. Wait, Daddy.
Maybe they like to play Plants vs. Zombies and go brains.
Wait, Daddy. Oh, I like Plants vs. Zombies. But Daddy, I know what's going on here. One of the same patients got really mad. They probably taken up into the guards. You know that monster we saw? Yep, that's
what the fudge are you, dude? That's it. Okay, wow.
That's stupid.
That starting point, though, you gotta be kidding me.
Just one hit and you're dead?
Wow, I gotta do all that.
Daddy, that's stupid. One hit and we're dead?
Oh, I forgot to save the game.
Daddy, that's stupid. One hit and we're dead.
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty
He
nice.
literally just went like this. And the game was like one of those wannabe other games, and it just says retry. Or we're dead.
Yay.
So what is that? Right?
We're gonna try this again. Locked. Are you serious?
Keys are over there by the desk, remember? At the drawer. Dad, I know what's going on. You know that monster we saw just now?
Yeah.
I think he killed all the guards and took out the brain.
Yeah, I think so too. So that monster was in charge of everything.
But that's so stupid. He killed us one hit.
All right, there is a save function. I need to save it more often. That's what I need to do.
So
here.
let's just save it in the vent then?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be helpful, handy dandy.
I do miss these guys though.
How much you want to bet when you got those guys angry, they formed into that big monster? How much you want to bet?
Let's shut it again. All right, let's see here, guys. All right, so we got a couple more things here. I don't think we can go through this door because I don't know. Oh, now we get a better idea what that is. Just body parts on a bone. All right, so here we go. We're gonna save it right here just to be safe. Yeah, we're playing Never Let Me Wake right now, guys. That's what we're playing. Yeah, there was the dead body. Thank you, Constance. How you been? Okay, so now we're pretty much back where we left off. Save the game. I'm glad we can save it wherever we want, but this thing, how am I supposed to run past it? Alright, so the creature's not in this room. He spawned differently this time.
That was some shenanigans. One hit, you're dead.
Yeah, that was some shenanigans.
You need to fix that. Right?
Yeah. I don't know where he is. There's not really good hiding places around here. I need 3 valves. So where is that creature now? How come now the creature don't want to be here? I just saved it again just to be safe, guys. Wow, the door only opens in one direction. Maybe the game was glitched. Oh my god, of course this is the morgue. It's where they put all the dead bodies. Or not a morgue, but this is the like a patient room probably where they, or this might have been the nursing room.
Yeah, whatever happened in that bed, I don't want to know.
856. 856. 856. Nope. I can't see in this game, like it's so dark. Look, he's just chilling right there. Look at him. Huh. So there's no actual like narrating to this game. It's just kind of like you go in, you do your objectives.
Eddie, I know why the family left now.
Yeah, I don't blame them. That might be the dad. Maybe he's still upset about something. And of course the door is locked. I need to go where he is. Why wouldn't I? Well, since he's stuck in all.
Stuck.
856 was the combination, right? So I think there was a panel around here somewhere. Oh. Just like barely. I found a drawer key. Okay. Oh, that took me back here. Oh, maybe I don't have to worry about him. Hold on, let me save it. We gotta do 856. Are you serious right now? You can't be serious. my god, what was the combination? This light doesn't do anything. Oh, because it's running out. Yeah, that makes sense. There we go. Now it lights up. 856. Yeah, 856. You're telling me that's not the combination here? Okay. Not even for that one. Of course it's locked. Okay, so 856 is not working for neither one of these two panels. Right. Oh my god, Clash Royale. Don't remind me, guys. The rage quitters are definitely real on that game. Most definitely. This game is weird.
Like, did my dad make some people rage Clash Royale? We just scam our god.
Yeah, look at this guy. I'm gonna make him mad. Dang, I like that he's stuck though. Like, I don't want to trigger him. I'm about to tick him off. What the heck is that thing? You see his brain. How am I supposed to get past him? Oh, hold on a second. I can't grab anything. I have no items to use. Oh, this is baloney. Like, he's probably glitched. He's gonna kill me because I can't get his attention. Oh, I got a closer view on him. This game is broken. Oh! Hey, buddy. Oh. Yo, we were just chatting, bro. I was trying to say what's up. What's the matter with you? Unbelievable. Oh, give me a checkpoint.
Where? Area?
Well, I get to go to the room he was just blocking.
Yeah, he's right behind you. See him?
Yeah, this game's officially broken. But, oh well, that's fine with me. Bunch of rooms we can check out here. We might be able to beat this game in no time. Man, there's like blood and everything everywhere. There's nothing in these rooms though. Nope. Not gonna ask. We'll take that. I'll take that. What the hell was that? Something just yelled at me. Something just screamed at me in this game. Why do we have an evil teddy bear here? What? I have no idea. It was in that room. I heard him. I think I just found out. There's something wrong with this guy. Yep. This place has lost it. They don't hurt me though, at least. That's good.
That's for you.
I don't know what this person just did to themselves. I don't know, man. This one might attack me. Let me save it. We're gonna play it safe, guys. Shh. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna talk to this person. There's something wrong with these people. But those patients don't hurt me though. So what am I supposed to do here? Of course this door is locked. Wait a minute. Each of these rooms have a light. Three. I don't know. Some of these rooms are lighting up and some are not. I get what's going on here, guys, but we're gonna have to go against this thing again. 856. Oh, I see it patrolling now. It moves very slow. Game is really dark though. So there's not. Ooh, what's this? I got a door key and a draw key. Another draw key. Man, I got a bunch of these right now, guys. So maybe we just found something. 412 856 412. Eight, 5, 6, 4. Gosh. Four, 1, 2. 8, 5, 6, 2. Oh. Let me try this one. 8, 5, 6, 4, 1, 2. How about 4, 1, 2, 8, 5, 6. Interesting. Oh. Well, that worked. Inventory's full. Okay, so we got a body here, guys. I know, right, Jim? Yeah, it's... And why that body just disappeared? Because I'm full on inventory. What the heck, man? Oh well. Four, 1, 2, 8, 5, 6. So we ain't gotta worry about that combination no more. Go into the other room. Come on. Oh, it's coming by me. Nah, that monster.
I do.
How far does he come into these rooms? Hide behind the toilet, I guess. Oh boy. Whoa! Okay, he's on to me. Did I lose health? I think I did. My items got glitched because I didn't grab them. So I need one more valve to press. How did the body bag get in here? Yeah, so this just happened. I think my game glitched. Yep. So what happened to the key that was here? Like it went out of the map. It kept flying upward. Wow. Got a key for a door. None of these were locked. Okay, well. That's it. Game's broken. Game is definitely broken. Well, there's supposed to be like there was supposed to be a key like right around here. Problem is, oh, it's right there. It's on the ceiling. Yeah.
Above the ceiling.
I can't get it. It keeps flying up. Wow. I'm done. And because I saved it here, let me see. Let me go to main menu. Game. Load game. What the? Level 4. All right, let me load this one, see what happened. Yeah, the key went up into the air. You're out of your mind. That was the most recent. These are all level 1. This one says level 4, but wow. Oh my gosh! You know what? I'm done. Yeah, we're done. I think we're gonna conclude that one.
My dad just.
Yeah, we're gonna rage quit on that one.
You're fired!
This game, I don't know. See why it was cheap. Alright.
Now you see why it was. That game. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, very true.
why-
First of all, the beginning of the game was way too pink, and then second of all, it's kind of okay. Like, I don't mind some of it. It was all right, but
Watch. By tomorrow,
it's not really there.
Daddy, watch by tomorrow. We're gonna have a bunch of messages from that companies talking trash about it.
All right.
Watch. Have a bunch of messages.
Yeah, I'm uninstalling right now. So, I mean, the game is not bad. Like, I thought, like, going into the room, you could tell it's like a small indie game. You know, the concept is there. It's good. It's just really buggy, and that's really annoying. Yeah, it probably should be free. Oh, that's how we learn, right? All right, let's see what we got going on over here, guys. So far so good. Yeah, it might have been pretty old. I'm not even sure. It was just on my list to try out. All right, let's take a look here. Hold on, guys. Give me a minute. All right, so we're clearing up space now. Check my hard drives. Yeah, we're looking better. Look at that. Bam. All right. Yeah. Oh, look, so what happens if you do that to your characters? Does it change them in game
What?
when you put the crystals on them?
No, the crystals mean they're trap teamers.
Oh,
Like, say there's like an earth elemental gate, you can place her down because she'll open it.
okay. I gotcha. Get it off my desk. Because now you probably pressed a bunch of buttons. I don't know what they did.
Broke my home.
You know, it was warm up here. I mean, cold. Now I'm burning up. All right, let's see.
But Daddy, you know what the crystals mean? It just means when you get near Traptanium, Daddy, it means their like crystal parts glow. Like her horns will glow yellow, and then like when she's near an elemental gate, Daddy, her horns will glow yellow. Or when she's near Traptanium, her horns will glow yellow.
Oh.
Like his will glow yellow too, because he has yellow Traptanium fist. Snapshots will glow blue. He's near a gate, or
Stop with the chair, please. You keep twisting me and it's driving me insane.
but Daddy, if he's near a gate or Traptanium, his.
All right, thank you. Grab my chair again. All right, what? Stop.
What are we playing?
I'm knocking all these games out of my hard drive. Today was my clean up my hard drive day.
Oh, so you have more room to play Skylanders tomorrow, so it doesn't lag. It's a big game, right?
Just in general.
Big game, you know.
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, we're not playing the other game again.
No, I took it off.
Yeah, that game's.
Not trying to be mean. I mean, the concept was there. Not a bad game.
It's a werewolf game.
I have no idea. Looks interesting. It looks weird, but hey, we'll try it out.
Bad as the.
Right. Mm-hmm.
What the heck? Well, go up. Go up.
Not gonna ask.
Someone literally just make a version of it. 39 bucks.
Hold on.
Where you get all this moolah from all of a sudden?
Alright, well, we get stream funds and stuff, so I get, you know, try to get some stuff for this the stream. Alright, give me a second. I'm in the wrong area.
You should have had this game already. Hey, just imagine you pay for the game. Not that good.
Where the heck did it just go? Oh, right here.
I just imagine you download the game and pay for it, but it's not that.
Mm-hmm. Trust me, it happens.
You'd be so mad. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did you actually pay for the other game we did?
It was only $5. I kind of knew I was getting myself into something not so good. When they're that cheap, you gotta be careful. It's a hit and miss. Sometimes what I do is before I get a game, I always look at what other games they make. I look at the reviews, and then whatever their price is at, you kind of can base it on that, whether or not how good the game's going to be.
I look at this game. This game is very popular right now.
All right. Let's see here. Well, I don't know about that, Jay. I mean, the AI is there. The concept is good. The graphics are, you know, they feel kind of older fashioned. But, I mean, I don't mind as long as it's great gameplay.
Wow. J13 is roasting me. Hold on. Put that to the side over there real quick. Let me read that. Yeah, that game looked like it was made by 10-year-olds. What you got on 10-year-olds, bruh? 10-year-olds can make games they want. I hate. I'm out of here. Wow. And he says that I make that game. I don't even know how to program games.
But you just said 10-year-olds can make games.
I said if they wanted.
Like, but you know what's funny is that that game wasn't even in the category. Like, Twitch couldn't even find it. It was funny.
Wow.
Twitch didn't even put it in her game, but they said nope. The game couldn't make it on there.
Because it was so cheap.
Oh god, I had it listed under others because it just didn't exist. That's crazy. Witch Hunt's on here, so this must be a good game.
Oh, J13 said, oh, this game you're gonna hate too. He said you're gonna hate.
Seriously?
Yep.
Oh god.
You just paid me.
Well, we'll learn. Live and you learn, right?
Look. Look, oh, this game this game you're gonna $5. Jay said that game should not have been $5. Should have been $1. Wow, Daddy. J13's roasting that game right now. He said I seen a bunch of YouTubers play it and they all
Where's
raged.
my mouse at? This game's forcing my mouse to the screen. Stop it! I hate when games do that. Give me my mouse.
Daddy.
Yeah.
J13's literally roasting that game. He said all the YouTubers rage quit on it and he said that game should have been free. Look, that game should have been free.
Yeah. Now, you know what though? Honestly, I would have sucked it up and dealt with it, but I don't have the patience. Honestly, the bugs kills it. That just killed it. I don't mind dying. The bugs.
Yeah, J13
Keys
said,
flying through the sky, items floating in the air, like that right there was just like a big no-no.
Yeah, J13 said I've seen several big name YouTubers play this game all rage. And I've seen. He said,
Oh, you're talking about this game right here that I'm playing now?
he said you're gonna hate.
I'm scared.
You just paid some money for nothing.
Graphics quality, go all the way up,
I
boy.
saw a price of this, and Yeah, he probably played that. You just paid money for nothing, bro. Daddy, or maybe he's just trying to say that so that you'll think that.
Right.
Or maybe he's trying to say that.
There's no borderless window? Seriously, dude?
Oh. Yeah. Jader seems roasting all the games you play. He said this game should have been another free game.
Nah, you know what it is? Jay's on my level. Like, a lot of these games coming now are so infuriating. Like, dude, it is hot up here. Before we get started with this game, guys, give me one moment.
He said that game should have been...
It probably...
If it's worse than that, you just pay that money. Not paid. That you just paid all. Yeah. That game. I just said you just paid me. Right?
But... Alright, here we go. Everybody go. It's showtime. What's up,
Is
Zeus?
this how long you've been streaming?
Yeah. Today, ooh, we just had somebody join Discord. Who joined our Discord?
Daddy, I never seen that flavor. You get that? And that looks like a cool flavor. Whipped strawberry.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not...
Alright, so I think we got our settings here pretty much set up, and alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get started with this, guys. We got the graphics set up here, we got the resolution set. I think I just broke it. Okay, that's good enough for me. And then yeah, let's a new game because we never played this before. Activate perma mode. In perma mode, game only saves progress when you complete quests. There's no other way to save progress. Not recommended for first playthrough. I'm not doing that. You crazy? No, I want to save whenever I want. When demons slaughtered my family, I decided to devote my life to fighting evil. At first, I was motivated by vengeance, but then I met a man who showed me the right way. Recently, I've heard in a small town called Belleville, people started to disappear and get killed by some creature. I immediately went to that town. Something big attacked me on my way to Belleville. I was able to scare it off, but my horse ran away with most of my supplies. Luckily, I was able to get into town on foot. Alright, at least we got a story, though, in this game.
Your horse is so weird. Wow.
Ooh, windmill. Cool. Alright, well, let me go this way.
You know what? You know what?
This town needs my help! Alright, town, here I come.
Wait, Dad, didn't we watch some previews of this? Wasn't there like a big tree or something?
Yeah, that was this one. Oh my god, I don't like the head bobbing. That's annoying. Ooh, the graphics ain't bad. The map seems... I don't know.
Daddy, go over there first. What happened?
What the heck? This town needs my help. It looks like it already helped itself. And her hands are way out. Oh, we can crouch. Oh, look at the shoes she was wearing.
Oh. I know if you could do something, you would do it right now.
I should have drawn weapons in town. What do you mean you should have drawn weapons in town? Somebody's hanging! What the hell? What do you mean?
Oh, Daddy, look.
Why'd you jump? Those are just animals. I jumped too, I ain't gonna lie.
You jumped by a cow. Daddy,
Well, because when I came over here, I was like, holy cow!
Daddy, hold on. Daddy, hold on.
What the deuce, right?
How are the people not alive, but the animals are?
Yeah, honestly, Zeus, if you're waiting on that email to know I go live, it's gonna be like a 2-hour wait. Honestly, that's just the way it is, dude.
Daddy.
Discord is the best way.
How are the animals alive? Oh, that smells like cottage.
Wow, look at that cow. It walks with swag.
Yeah, how are the animals alive but the people are not? Oh, looks like
Chicken.
looks like these chickens are a bunch of chickens.
Tab. Holy crap! What is
Ew!
What is going on here? What is all this hocus pocus? Current task: explore the town and go to the woods. I don't even know.
That smells like cottage cheese. Get that away.
Okay, get away. Hold on. Let's explore the town here, guys. Honestly, I don't know what's going on with the screen. There's too much going on. Looks like I got coins, I get lockpicks, I get silver bullets, I got mana, I get silver crucifixes and watcher totems. Evil sight gives you the ability to see through the eyes of a creature that you're looking for. Wow, that kind of reminds me of that game Siren. Darkness sense gives you the passive ability to sense the presence of powerful evil creatures. Darkness sense radius is 500 meters. Oh, that's pretty interesting. So if I use it now, what happens? Oh, all those are my skills. So can I use them? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, depending on what you guys use, I would just say there's many ways to know when I go live. You can just enable one of them, whatever you want to do. Again, Discord is probably the best way. I have Discord set to where by default you guys don't get spammed from my server. It's set to just only when you're mentioned. Stream updates is pretty much when I go live. If you want to just enable notifications just for that channel, you'll know when I go live. Like, you're not gonna get spammed for everybody on your phone. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, doors are locked. We can explore town. Hold on, let me look around here, guys. Yo, we move real fast in this game. I like this. This is like fast pace.
Are you Sonic?
Wait, somebody's alive.
I think I have what you need.
Oh, so the town does nothing wrong. Maybe she committed a crime. Well, he's a traitor. What the? Dude, the chair. Trader shop. So he gets a bunch of things. I don't know what this stuff is. There's a lot of reading, man. Did I get like a tutorial or something? Like,
I think you need silver bullet.
yeah. Well, for right
Daddy,
now.
at least.
Well, I got 15 silver bullets for now. Ammo bag allows you to carry 60 bullets. Wow.
Buy that. But it's 100 coins. We only have 50.
But it looks like, oh, silver bullets. Silver bullet that can be used with musket and flintlock pistol.
Well,
Ooh, this is for free. I like. Oh, it's no longer free. I'll take the freebies. All right, I'm cheap. That's all I got for now, buddy. I don't want to spend no money.
you just got the free thing and
Ooh,
walked.
this might hold your horses. Yo, you're not even tied up, dude. You can go wherever you want.
And he decides to stay here.
Wow, this horse moves fast. Well, the game is playing at 100 FPS. You see the numbers on the top? That's my frame rate. See? I'm getting 130, 120.
No frame rate.
Yeah, it means more frame rate means see. That's why I can move my camera fast. But I think we have mouse acceleration here.
Actually, Dad, that smells like cottage cheese.
Okay. What's that noise?
Is it the tree? Where's the tree?
Oh, it was a healing plant.
Don't eat them now. You have 100 health now.
Yep. But how did I have not?
Oh.
How did I not have? How did I not have 100 health earlier? I don't get it. Everything's locked. I can't go. Seriously? Oh gosh.
Daddy, what did you?
Oh my god, this fence is annoying. I can't jump the fence. Okay. I don't think any of these houses.
Dad,
It
I
looks
think
like.
you need to go to the church because look, it's the only one that has lights in it.
Yeah, you're very right. You are very right about that.
Okay, can you stop, bro? All
Get the silver crucifix. It's free. He's a traitor, right? I keep hearing like something screeching. Wait. Oh, what the? Does anybody else in this house not find this creepy? Save?
50 mana.
It costs mana to save. I'm done. You're charging me to save my game? How dare you? What kind of... Sounds like this. Sounds like taxes now. Unlocked 35%. Yeah, we're not gonna unlock that. This game is weird.
Daddy, you had a lockpick. That's what that cross was, and it just broke.
But so far, it's definitely, I think it's definitely better
Dad,
than the
I think
other
you have
one.
to go in the church or something. Down here.
The hell, somebody snoring in there? They are snoring.
Okay. Looks like this guy had some big hot dogs before he fell asleep. Right? Yo, okay, woman.
You look angry.
The first thing you say about her, you look angry.
Oh, this is a big church. I know this book by heart. Ooh, well, that's a good thing.
You're probably looking for Father Ludwig. Unfortunately, he got killed by that horrible beast.
What's with the mouth movements?
I can provide medical help if you need it.
Seriously, now you want to give me medical help and I just ate some plants? Wow. Wow. What in the deer shit and then the kids going on? So he's a doctor. His yo, what's with the field of view in this game? I don't like it. I can't change that? Wow, can't even edit my settings once I'm in game.
That's why
I'm completely healthy. Yeah, of course you are. Well, the church was the spot to go. Ooh, Moonhouse, I gotta go take a dump. Oh, can't. No bathroom usage in this game, guys. We just gotta hold it. I hear a wolf howling.
Yeah, that's probably a werewolf.
Yep, not going that way. That's, yep, beyond those torches is probably where the scary begins. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and check this house since it looks like it's open. I just walked through people's doors because I just...
This man actually killed...
Hey, I like your carpet.
He killed a bear. Wait, did I imagine this is where the scary begins? The bear just bites you?
Let's go, carpet!
Did I imagine the bear's alive?
This is my Aladdin's carpet right here. A whole new world.
Daddy, did that man actually kill a bear?
Yeah, he's...
Good evening, sir.
How do you talk?
As the mayor of Belleville,
I'm done.
I can guarantee that if you'll really be able to help our town, your doings will be greatly rewarded, and you'll have our eternal gratitude. To get to the woods, go across River Bridge.
Nope.
Be careful. People have seen some undead creatures in those woods, so we are dealing with something much more.
You heard him.
sinister than
People
just a
have
wild
some
beast.
sort.
Good luck.
So people are up to
God bless you.
Okay. This is the mayor.
So where's our reward?
I think we gotta finish the task first. So I have no flashlights or nothing. So that's it. We're just exploring the town. There's nothing much else we could do here so far. Ooh, this looks like an abandoned house. Maybe Freddy Krueger's here. Can't do nothing with those. It's locked. And a cross just fell, so that's usually bad luck. See you guys later. My curiosity gets the better of me, so I gotta... something just broke, so that's it. I'm done. That's 2 things in a row, but I'm still curious to see what's going on.
Wait, Daddy, for cross?
Shh. There's something in there.
Wouldn't open
Nope,
it.
I'm not.
Wait, Daddy, if a cross falls, is that really bad luck?
Heck yeah, it's bad luck. I mean, it ain't protected no more.
That means I'm not protected anymore?
Well, the house is not protected. Oh wait, there's a shed out here. What the heck is that? All the plants make sounds. That's annoying though. They're really screechy to the earlobes.
Alright, Daddy, now our one mission
I think that's it. There was just the
we have to
church,
go-
the mayor's house, and...
Daddy, how much you want to bet when we go across that bridge we're gonna see that tree?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not gonna cross that bridge quite yet. Let me check and see what's up at this house.
Oh.
That's some heavy flapping you're doing there.
Going in there,
See,
Daddy.
that plant's making noise. These? They're noisy.
Just eat them all, so they don't make
See a
noise.
deer. And use the bathroom again, of course.
Hold on, Daddy. Go back to the deer real quick.
Oh, his door's locked. Nobody in there.
Daddy, can you go back to the deer real quick? Hey, deer, go back to Santa.
Eh.
Where you belong. Hey, Daddy,
Okay, well, this is it. I'm going across the bridge. We're going to see what's going on there, and yeah, see what's going on there.
Daddy, because it's still December.
Is there something I need to know about here? Something ain't adding up right. Did something happen to you? Does nobody in this town find this weird that there's a dead lady sitting among the bridge here? Like, it's like caution may cause death. Okay, that's good enough for me. Oh. When a powerful monster is within 500 meters, I can sense its presence. People say that I possess the ability because the blood of an angel runs through my veins. Well, that's a good thing then.
Daddy.
Why is my GPU running so
Really,
hot?
Daddy? You're actually putting in the square? Thank you.
Put down the beast.
No, thank you. Hey, I came prepared.
Oh, hell yeah, I like this.
You only have one bullet. Daddy, as Sheriff Franco said, one bullet. Look, Daddy, draw it out again. Look, put it back in, and draw it out again. And let me show you. Look, one bullet.
Oh, yeah, this is an old-fashioned game for sure. What's this? Ooh. Oh, no, Bella. I really hoped you managed to run away. That's my horse. Why does the intestines look like machine parts? Oh, my God, even ate the leg. Heard that. Who goes there? I hear you among the woods.
Wait, Dad, let me look at the horse again. Oh my God, what happened to its eye?
Even I didn't see that one coming. I guess you can say that's a leg out.
But Dad, look at the eye though.
Right, Thomas?
Look at the eye though. Look, it's still there. It's just popped out. Ew.
You want to see how it looks like?
No!
Oh man. Switch weapons is faster than reloading. So when I shoot, I just switch weapons faster than reloading.
Don't touch my eyes, bro.
I don't even know what buttons are what. All right, guys, let's keep it up and keep it going. Oh, it's a save point, but it's gonna cost me mana again. What the heck is that?
What?
I don't trust this person. What do you think? Bad or good? Or bad?
Bad. Swipe it with your sword.
Definitely evil.
Swipe it with your sword.
You think so?
Just swipe it.
What if we kill an innocent civilian though? What if she's a good guy?
Swipe it.
Oh shoot! What the fuck? Get the hell away, baby!
I told you she was bad. I told you should have swiped it when he.
Oh my god. She turned so fast.
I told you should.
You're messed up for that one. I was trying to be nice. Alright, now I can save my game. So
Daddy,
hold on.
you just made mom. At her.
Wow, I tried, but she heard me. The game lied to me. It said I could feel the presence. There was no presence. Oh my god.
Wait, is there actual presents?
Well, like I can
Can we
feel
find
the...
a Christmas tree?
Wait, I did save it.
Can I have a present
Screw
of?
this, bro. I'm shooting.
Daddy, can I have a present of a shotgun for this game?
I hear a wolf. Which way am I going?
Daddy,
What?
can we find a Christmas tree? And I hope one of the presents is a shotgun because I want to kill.
Shh.
Cause
Hold on, I need to listen. stop at the chair, please. Sit down. Just move your stuff over to the side and have a seat. Oh, I see him. There he is. Look, it looks like a kid. Yep, that reload is annoying. So I don't know how we do here with health. Stuff worth money? This game is weird. Okay, so we don't have nothing over here then? Something's whispering in my ears, guys. How do I sneak up on these guys? Yeah, the sound effects I don't think are really precise, but it's okay. What's up, Kelso?
Daddy? I told you, you should have gotten her while you could. I told you she was evil. Oh God, Daddy, what are you doing? Is this the way you're supposed to go?
I don't know.
See guys, my dad's always breaking the game. I already saw the command. Stop.
He saw the command. Oh, I can run up here, look.
Stop bothering your
First, Trix
Daddy.
always has to try to break the game.
Stop breaking the game, bro. You're not supposed to be up there.
No?
Stop. Go back down.
I'm up there, see?
Stop. Stop. Yeah. What happens?
I don't think I'm supposed to be up here.
Oh my God.
That made me want to look even more now.
Imagine if there's a secret up there.
That'd be kind of cool. Oh, I'm trying. You want to let me up there? No.
I think the more you just jump, the more you just fall down.
Oh gosh, if I fall right now, I'm screwed.
Yeah, so Daddy, don't fall. Hey,
A
stop.
little more. Ooh, yeah. Almost there. Almost. We almost got it. Come on, guys, we're gonna make it up. Oh, we're gonna make it to the top. Maybe we found a glitch. Maybe this be an Easter egg.
The more you jump, Daddy, the more you fall.
No, I'm very good at getting out of boundaries. We got this. I'm gonna go this way first. This way, look. This right here looks like a good spot. Yep, right here.
I
Yeah.
think he just fell down.
I don't think we're going up there anytime soon.
How much you want to bet this whole stream's gonna just be about you just doing this? This hill.
Nice remix, right? Right here. Okay, we'll just play the game legit, guys.
Are you seriously sliding down the hill?
I am sliding, I am hiding, I am scared out of my butt. There's a bunch of creepy trees here right in front of me. Maybe I should just run.
Or you can run away.
Stop at the chair, please. You're messing me up steering wise.
Welcome.
Guys, I think I just lost myself. Do we have a map? We don't have a map? This is when I wish I was playing Dora the Explorer. I can take out my backpack, and call the map. Yeah, I think I'm officially lost right now, guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Don't. Yo, guys. Remember when all those commands were like shared and you guys had to wait? Hey, whisperings over here.
What the deuce?
What the?
What was that thing?
Don't you dare run from me! No! You just try to attack me, you little mopo son of a gun! Oh, I'm gonna hunt you down. Oh. Chasing that booty. Yes, I'm chasing this doggy. Don't you live. That's right, you little dog. Trying to run from me. Now I'm lost. I forgot where I was.
Chase the dog and you lost
right.
your way on the path.
Oh my god.
Why is that blue?
Oh, mana. Oh. Oh. This tree looks kind of familiar.
No, don't get near that thing, Daddy.
Oh, thank goodness. What the? It's not a normal tree.
Daddy, don't get near that
I have
thing.
to. It's got herbs. Definitely not safe. Let's go where the fog is.
Dad, we've seen this tree before. Stop. Wait, Dad, look at it. Look at it. See if it has a face.
No, this one didn't have a face, but
So it's not the
that
tree.
trailer made me scared because now we know there's trees that move.
At least one of them.
This looks like this could be a bad area. Yo, this is a pretty big world. I don't know where to go. I don't have anything. Journal?
But Daddy, J13.
Stop at the chair, please.
Daddy, J13 said this game's worse than the other one.
In normal mode, game save progresses every time you change location. You can't kill whisperers. The only option is to avoid them. That's what I just ran into, was a whisperer. Switching weapons is faster than reloading. If both of your guns are unloaded, use saber to defend yourself. If the undead often overwhelm you, the monster shout skill can help. So how do I do this? I don't get it. Ah. I thought that was the whispers in the game.
What?
I don't know. Oh, wait. I think I see a house.
Don't go in it.
Yep, I see a house. Oh, I'm going for it. It's better than being out here.
A village!
Ooh.
Yes, that's not the village you want to be in.
New fast travel point available in Belleville. Oh.
That's where we had to get to!
I think so, yeah. Somehow I magically found it. Man, how do I increase my lockpicking skills? I need 50 mana. Wow. Wait, it just gave me a map or something, or a journal, or it updated my journal. It I mean, nothing else.
How much you want to bet someone's gonna pop out of the water? Something in that water? What is that thing?
Oh no, there's nothing in there I can see.
You're 30 health!
So the water just kills us? That's it? That's pretty cheesy.
No, there's something behind you.
Yeah, but I don't see nothing.
No, don't go in there, Daddy. You're gonna die.
Aww. Yeah, I got this gun, and then I got this gun.
2 guns?
Belleville.
Healing plant.
Hey, give me the lantern. Oh, travel to Belleville? Okay, so we got fast traveling. That's pretty cool. I was gonna say, there's no way this game's gonna make me walk all that, because I'm gonna be lost all the time.
Daddy.
Hmm.
Belleville. Where we just at?
No, it looks like it took me back.
That's Belleville.
Oh, this is the cabin. Gotcha.
It meant that you can travel from there to Belleville.
Right. Good job.
Why would...
I wanted to make sure it was activated. Okay. We got a cabin here. Oh my god, dear jeez, what happened here?
Looks like someone murdered.
Oh, lockpicks, nice.
Try opening up the chest, Daddy.
Oh, I got a map. Yes, finally. I know where I'm going.
Daddy, open that chest. Try opening it. Daddy, try opening that chest. You can open it with a lockpick.
It's 35%. How many lockpicks do I have?
4. You now have 3.
Oh, you see it right there, yeah. Screw that. 35% is not a high percent. I'll be breaking everything.
Don't kill it, Daddy.
Oh, you're friendly?
Daddy, it's just a harmless little billy goat.
Onward! Giddy up! Or not? Yeah, see, I can't lockpick that either.
You better not kill it.
Ooh, this one house is open. I can take a dump.
Daddy, I think all the lockpicks are all 35%.
So far, yeah. It seems like I need to improve my skills. How do I improve my skills? I don't understand. Alright, when you place this totem, it gets placed looking at the current direction of a creature that you're haunting, giving you a hint about the creature's position. Totem's rotation does not get updated. Single use only. Wow. I won't be here all day looking for this thing. Let's go hunting. So now I know what I got to do here. Yeah, crucifixes, I only have 1. Look, I need mana to use that? Oh god, I'm a dummy. Why did I do that? Well, now I know he's near the edge of the rocks. Yeah, it takes years to reload. It seems that way. Alright, so we did find a cabin. There's the weird looking pond thingy. How do I get mana? That sucks. Okay. So I was able to see through the vision of the beast that I'm hunting. So I'm hunting down a beast. That's what I'm doing. Maybe I need to use the crucifix, but it seems like I gotta be within range. Oh, the creature's within 500 meters. Perfect. Well, good thing we found it. Where is it, though? Is that it in the water? Get away from me. Okay. Yeah, these reload times are insane, but that's not the creature. So killing the creatures give us mana. Alright, so he's like on top of the mountain. Okay, hold on. You must be up here. Yeah, you're definitely up here. I might have to cross the water. Alright, we need to take out more creatures, guys. Lost sight again? This is so weird. Don't know where it is. Well, I'm gonna try this crucifix, see what it does, guys. I would say this game is unique in its own kind of way. It's probably not for everyone, but if you're into like the lore of like what this game has to offer, I guess I could see it being definitely interesting. All right, so what does this do? So now, oh, okay, yeah. Give me my mana. So you're just kind of chilling up in the rocks again. What are you doing? Why are you going down a hill? Is that what I'm after? The bird? Almost to the top. Yeah, I made it. Ah, king of the world. So where the heck is this thing then? That look like demons? Yeah, but it might be based on witchcraft though. You know. Ooh. Money. I don't know where this creature is. It's so hard to see anything. So our heart's still beating, so that means it's definitely around here still. You just gotta find it. Shoot! But they just come after you no matter what. Where is this beast at though? Alright. But yeah, that's a good point though. It's around here because we're our heart's still beating like crazy. We just lost it. Gotta be somewhere, guys. I don't have any more mana to like track it down. Our crucifix really didn't do anything. I think it brought in that one creature, but that was it. I don't know. I think this is where it is around here. Or is that goat what I'm after? I doubt it. Alright, it's gotta be around here. I can't believe it's 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, this creature's probably stuck somewhere because it's like staying within range, but I'm not able to find it. Oh, I think I hear it. That's a different creature. Okay, so I got the mana. Oh, no you don't. Okay, our health is kind of low, guys. We need to get some health on our character. How do I save it? There is no save. Huh. So where are you? I don't know where this thing might be, but all I know is my health is really low and I gotta be careful. Oh, from above? Oh, I think we just found out where the creature was. So our health regenerates over time? Wait, did I take it out? Why are you over here with the drums already? Alright, so it looks like we're regenerating. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. try this again. So we don't have any visual on the creature that we were engaging on, guys. Let's see here. So we lost sight of the creature, but this is where the crucifix kind of went off, somewhere around here. Got some mana, but not much. Well, let's just... So how am I supposed to fight this thing? Is that the creature I'm after? No, that wasn't, but at least I got it though. Good amount of mana. Okay, perfect. Let's try to get back to that creature then. I need some help too, guys. We're gonna need some help big time. So if we hear some screeching, let's grab that bad boy. The creature's definitely on the other side of this hill somewhere. I'm just glad we're not lagging though. It's running pretty smooth. No, I wish we can like... Well, there's really no point in going above 60 FPS anyway, but can you imagine? Streaming it like at 120 hertz. Where is this creature? Yeah. Those whispers, man. I think I see where it is. Yeah, the Death Garden Blood Harvest. Yeah, I remember that. Oh gosh, I just hurt myself. We'll definitely take some of those. It's shutting down, the player base is dying, and right now it's free? Wow. Games can't do it no more, bro. The thing is, these game companies, they want too much. You know what I'm saying? Games are expensive, man. You know, charging us $30, $60 for games, and then... This is a new area. I want to save it, but then I don't. Let me save it to be safe. This is a whole new region or like area around here. Oh, wow. Oh, what the heck? Whoa. What just happened? I just got murdered. That's crazy, Death Garden. Who was the makers of that game? I gotta take the glasses off, guys. They're killing me. Oh, let me stretch. Well, we're almost at 4 hours. The same day as I made Dead by Daylight. Yeah, their investments is too much in Dead by Daylight. I mean, it's nice they're making another game, but let's be real here. Like, I don't think it worked out in their favor too much. So where'd that plant go? What's this for? Oh, gives you mana. Oh, okay. All right, let's go. Let's go get this creature, guys. Yeah, it was a fun game. I think it was definitely very fun. I just think the game just didn't have a lot to offer. Like, I mean, because what, we played the beta, right? Or was it the alpha or beta? We only got to play like one map. But it seemed pretty cool. I think, what was it, like the double hunter mode? That was pretty sweet. Yeah, the beta, yeah. I liked it a lot. It was fun. Ooh, what's this? Oh man, we got dead birds everywhere. Smells like a teleportation. Oh. Okay. What the hell was that? Something just happened over here. Somebody knocked the tree over. Hmm. The fast pace, yeah, people are like liking that Dead by Daylight slow pace. I mean, it's not really slow pace, but it is slower paced. I think Dead by Daylight would have been awesome if they had like the 2 hunter mode. That would be awesome. There was a glitch, is like sometimes you could glitch through it, but I'm already yawning, guys. Oh my god. There's a lot of running around in this game. I like the crucifix ideas. I like the ammo, the fighting. But this is definitely a hunting game. You are definitely hunting. What is this? I can't fight those whisperers, man. They're gonna kill me. I don't know where they are. It's a new area, but if I go in there, I'm gonna die. I don't have the health. Yeah. That is very true. Very, very true. I mean, I guess my health regenerates slowly if I just stand still. It doesn't generate a lot, but it looks like it generates something. Dum ba bing 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 bing. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, where are we at now? 25. I could just chill here and let my health regenerate. That's a nice thing, exactly. All right, let's be careful here. What is the beginning with the horse? You know, let's go back into Belleville real quick, guys. Let's take a look around. So now I kind of get it. So we're gonna be hunting down this creature. Probably the more things we buy or gadgets or whatever, the better. We did obtain like wait, the dead body's gone. Somebody moved it. Huh. Let's go talk to the trader. It charges you too to save here. Wow, but this guy heals me up, so that's always good. Weird. Alright, so he's giving me medical treatment right now. Thank you. For free! That's always good. Let's see what this guy got out here. Okay, consumer book. Receive 50% more mana when killed from killed creatures. Oh, that is so worth it. Gives you the ability to fast travel into towns if you have at least 100 health. Consume 100 mana. Ouch. If the undead hurt you, there's a 30% chance that you'll use monster shout to scare them away. Oh, that's what that is. Health regeneration becomes 2 times faster. You'll no longer receive any fall damage. Oh yeah, this stuff helps a lot. Yeah. We definitely need to do this stuff. A compass would help, for sure. I would say... $20% more coins for valuables. Alright, so we're definitely gonna do that. Like the compass will come in handy. With the Alti app? I mean, really, you choose whatever way you want. A lot of times you could scan or just type in the code that it gives you. That's all. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna do, you have the app on your PC is not working? Oh, maybe you need the mobile app. I mean, most of the time when people do 2 steps, usually it's for your mobile, for the most part. When you place this totem, it gets placed looking at the current direction of a creature that you're hunting, giving you a hint about the creature's position. Totem rotations does not get updated. Single use only. Ah, okay, but that would help out though. If your phone breaks, then you have nothing. Yeah. The good thing is though, you get backup codes. Always keep your backup codes. Definitely.
Still playing the game?
Mm-hmm.
How big and long is it? Did J13 say that game was as the other one? How good is it? Daddy. How good is it?
It's okay. It's different. It's like hunting.
J13 said that game is not
Stop
as
with
good
the chair, please.
J13 said it's not.
Right. Well, this one's different. See, I got 120 coins. Let's see. I think I'm gonna do the
I do a lockpick master book.
what? Lockpick master?
Yeah.
Oh, the 65%. Yeah, that's pretty good. But see, I think I'm gonna do this because you get 20% more coins. The more coins I get, the better.
Okay, get the coins.
Because now I get more health regen and now I get more coins. That should be good for now. Let me go back hunting and get some more points. That's crazy. All right, let's get back out there. Yeah, it's definitely a hunting game. I'm gonna get back out there and hunt up real quick, and then see what's going on here. Okay. Or I could just save it actually. Yeah, I was hoping this would be more like scary, but yeah, it is definitely hunting. It's different though. It's definitely different. A totem would definitely help big time. I think we're gonna go ahead and save it right here. Alright, I'm actually gonna go ahead and this up here really quick, guys. We'll get back to some more witchcraft probably soon. Just right now we're gonna take a break on that though. Alright. 1 second. Can't believe it's already about to be 11 o'clock. Oh, what a long day. Let me do this really quick. Can you stop? Can't believe it's about to be 2020 though. That's crazy.
Yo! Hey, what happened?
Hmm?
What happened?
We're not at 24, so why is it saying 24? Or not? It's not synchronizing. That's cool. Um, I never. Oh, is Weston Digital? 256. Hmm. I mean, Western Digital is always good. Wow, 1 TB, 25 bucks. Look at that. Well, that's, you know, old fashioned, of course. So weird. Hardware is the way it's updating. Oh, this webcam's kind of cool. It's like flexible. Oh, they got a Netgear x6 router. Look at that. This is a tri-band, not a dual band. Tri-band. Look at that. Ooh-wee. Three dedicated Wi-Fi bands. Yikes, yeah, they go for about 250 bucks. Wow, it's pretty good Wi-Fi speeds. Very large homes. Simultaneous tri-band Wi-Fi. Runs 2.4, 5 gigs, and 5 gigs. You have 5 Ethernet ports. 1 WAN, 1 forward LAN, 2 USBs. I mean, yeah, it's Western Digital. I mean, you can't go wrong with the name. I'm not sure. I don't have one of those, so I can't tell you like for certain like how good they really are. Let's see here. All right, we got to figure out what we're gonna do here, guys. Probably kill a little bit of time. All right, we probably got like a little bit of time, so let's go ahead and do. If you want, Jay, we can probably do a little bit of that one game. Steam is being weird.
Daddy,
Yeah.
can I show you drawing of that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Look. Look what I drew. What I drew though.
Okay.
Here's what I got so far.
All right, look at that. But this one only has one horn.
Think. You see it now?
Mm-hmm.
Look at it, Daddy.
Welcome to Creativerse. Stay a while.
Yep.
Stay forever.
Honestly, I kept games on paused. I did. I'm deleting games now so I can put some more on. Let me check my suggestions. I remember you put it on there. Tree Pang 2. Was this on Steam? Oh, it's not even out yet. It is on Steam, but I don't want to do it through the browser. Hold on, let me do it through my client. Tree Pang. Oh, here we go. Tree Pang 2. Free 2019 demo, story, prologue, and horde mode. So you get like a little prologue of the story, but mainly horde mode. So it looks like you're surviving. Seems pretty gory. It looks kind of cool. But I don't see nobody aiming down gun sights, so it looks like it's all just free shooting, kind of like CS:GO. Person in this trailer is really good at aiming. You only have hip fire, making it harder. Gotcha. Yeah, no gun sights in the game. Yeah, it don't make no sense because the sights are on the guns, but you can't use them. How big was the Tree Pang 2? It's up to you. We could do Tree Pang 2, we could do creative, whatever you want to do, bro. I got some time left. You're right. Oh, it's single player. That sucks. It looks like a single player game though, because it did have like that Matrix effect. Okay. This game should hopefully run better today because I did all my I fixed my computer, so we'll find out. Creativerse, where the heck is my? There you go, dude. You know what I really miss? I wish the yeah, I don't think the Viz works anymore for the streaming. If it did, more people would be streaming on it. Let's see here, retro game room. I mean, he did try to bring it back, but the streams don't even display anymore. It did for like the first month, and then that was it. Okay, I think we're just about ready then. Oh yeah, my free chess. Yay. Oh. Let's go ahead and get started here, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh. That's good. See, now I'm cold. I get cold, I get hot, I can't make up my mind. You know what's funny? My game is staying at a solid 60 now. But I am getting stutters. Look at that, all 60. I like this. Yep, game runs better now. Way better. Problem is just a little random stutters here and there. Other than that though, better than what it was. Oops, was it F? F, okay. Playing so many different games. Yeah, game runs way better. See, the frame rate cuts in half periodically. I don't know why though. And I don't know what the settings are. Yeah, everything's low. I don't even think it matters really. Alright, let's take a look here. I think I just heard Jay here. Jay, are you here? Forgot how to play already. All right, yeah. So Christmas stuff. Yeah. Looks really good. Good job.
This is her and her. Person?
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Good job, buddy.
Can I show the stream?
Go ahead.
Here's what I made.
Ah. Well, probably do like there's Jay. I'm trying to see where my Christmas stuff is. How the heck do I... Oh, costumes.
Replace your head. Replace your body. Ugly sweater. Now replace your legs.
Well, I don't have any of these.
Replace your sword. Now, can you replace your sword?
Yeah, I don't have any of those. Only these ones that are highlighted here. Oh, wait.
Hey, you got a special pet, Daddy.
Select flashlight skin? Oh.
Daddy, what about your own sword?
Yeah, just regular.
Do the red one. I like the red one. Yeah. Hey, go back to the red. Back to the red. I like that.
You like that one? Let's see for pants.
But then go back to your pants. Go down.
Oh, the other one.
That looks better.
Looks very metallic.
Dad, you have enough coins.
Ooh, what's this?
Oh, that looks better, Daddy. You have enough coins. Look. Oh, no.
I'm not gonna ask. I can look like a frost giant if I want to. Jeez.
Daddy, hold on. Go back to your legs. Oh, that. Let me read the names. Try that one. That looks better.
This one's kind of
Buy
cool.
it. Buy it. It's only 450 at 3,100. Buy it. Look at the flick of the wrist. Hey.
Maybe we can't buy no gliders.
Daddy, buy that. Buy that. No, not that. Not the dragon's breath. Buy that.
This one?
Only 310. Buy it.
Hold on. I don't want to go wasting coins now because I need these for like other stuff.
No, but buy that one sword and then you're done. Buy that one sword, Daddy. Buy the candy cane. What the heck is that? Kindness. Yeah, get that. Still have enough. Come on, Daddy.
Yeah, that's it. No more. You're gonna make me lose all my coins.
Look, Daddy. Now you're all Christmas.
Yeah.
All right, now say
Except for the
done.
legs. There's no Christmas legs.
You get your own pet. Look.
Oh.
Look at Jay compared to you. You're all decked down Christmas, and he's just like.
Nah,
boring.
Jay's gonna have it too because when one of our viewers came in and like donated all this stuff. He helped us get coins, pro, and everything.
You lucky.
Alright, step it away. I didn't get no coins. Oh wait, you don't have coins, Jay? Really?
Wow, look what J13 said. I get no coins. Why do you get coins? No fair.
I know, I kind of want to dress like as a frost giant. That would have been kind of cool. But I think my character looks pretty cool now. Like all evil Knievel.
How does a deer look evil? That's my question.
Hmm?
How does a deer look evil?
Game's running smooth now, thank goodness. I could probably turn the graphics up. It looks like it's gonna, no matter what, it looks like it's gonna...
Alright, Dad, I'm just gonna go back to drawing Skylander. Bye.
Yeah, no matter what, I'm getting the same FPS. Yeah, I'll just keep this on.
Hey, why do you still have the green hand?
What?
The green hand. Look. Oh, not that hand. Look. The other hand right there. You see it? Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
so green.
Yeah.
Look at the flick of the wrist. Hey. Hey.
I don't know. Oh yeah, my hand's right there, yeah.
Can you change your skin color? No, that's just changing your hand.
I thought we changed it though.
Yeah, you changed it.
Yeah, see, oh, it's just the sleeves.
Yeah, do the sleeve again.
Okay.
Sleeves! Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't give us the gloves though.
Doesn't even show.
I'll stick with the antlers.
Daddy, look. Look behind your head. You have an extra.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have 2 pairs of antlers? Wait, Daddy, don't some deers have 4 antlers?
It's crazy, man. Okay, so it looks like I got some objectives here to do. Here, you want to try it for a bit? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
What's this right here? Come on, man.
Alright, first I'm just gonna explore. How you run?
You hold shift with your left.
Open!
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know everything. I'm not a computer expert, okay?
You used to be, and then you became controller.
Yeah, I don't like... What? How? What is this? Hold on. Oh, a pet. Can I kill it?
Let's see.
Hey, how do you sprint? Is this one of your guys' pets? Leafy?
Green one.
Leafy?
No. No, if you don't see yeah, he's a pet, but he's have a yellow bell. That's J13's pet.
I was trying to kill it for a second. I was going like this to it.
Don't do that.
I was trying to... I didn't hit it once. Come here, boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do for you? Oh, coins. Give me that loot. It's my loot. Oh! Oh! Dad, is it fine if I took all of that?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, yeah, take all that. Thank you. What is that red thing?
That's the blueprint that Jay's working on right now.
Whatever that thing is, that's crazy shenanigans. So he's planning to destroy all this? What is J13 planning to destroy? Why is he planning to destroy all this? What? Dad, what kind of craft is this?
What?
What is this craft? Hold on. I'm gonna run around. Oh, I found a green piggy. Can I kill it? Oh wait, it has a stupid belt.
Jeez, really?
Yeah. Oh, I found a yellow piggy. Do you have a belt? No, you don't. Yay. Oh, I got some leather. Yes, I'll take that. Thank you. Oh, what is that thing? Oh, that's just J13. I want to kill everything. I don't know why. The first thing I do when I come to this game is kill. Oh, Daddy, I found jackpot. I found jackpots. Look at the flick of the wrist. Ay,
Easy with the camera.
What is that thing? A crystal shard. Okay. Ooh. You sneak, sneak, sneak. Look at the flick of the wrist. I didn't hit it once. Ooh, I got a bunch of. Damn, I'm getting a hang of this. Look. Oh, I found mushrooms. Oh, Daddy, what is this thing? I suppose this is your mine? Dad, is this your mine? It has torches in it. What? What? No, I was looking at this pig. He just smashed something. Hold on. I want to see what you just got. He has a crystal, boy. Oh, yeah. This guy has crystals. Mm-hmm. You give me those crystals today. Daddy, I kind of lost the house. Oh, wait. How do you miss that thing? It's so big. Daddy, I'm not used to the keyboard. I kind of keep pressing shift for jump.
Oh, shift the jump, really?
Yep. Ooh, there's a tree. I'm gonna kill it. What? Hold on. You spawned right in front of my face. You only been here for 10 seconds and now you're dead. Oh, thank you. You're useless. Whoa, what does that thing spawn over? Is there different creature than just pigs and leafies? Is there different creatures in this pig?
There's really ones down below.
Can I kill those?
Right now.
What is that thing? What is?
I don't know. I'm still new to the game myself.
What's that lobster thing?
Oh, that's Mr. Krabs.
Give me your monies. What are you doing? Did he just pop his eyes out because how scared he was? I just got Rockster Rock. I just got Rockster Rock. Daddy, I'm scared. I'm not at that house anymore and I don't know where I'm at. I just found magnetite. These guys might be pretty good, Daddy. They give you rocks and magnetites and stuff.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, I want to see the creepy creatures. Time to see the creepy creature. Daddy, can I see the creepy creatures down below? There's a cave right near me.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm still new to the game. I gotta get upgrades because they're hard.
So you're saying I can't get them? Daddy, I just got coral. What? A baby. Is there stuff in the ocean you can kill? Daddy, is there stuff in the ocean you can kill?
I have no idea.
Well, how about we find out? I'm scared. Ooh, shells.
You gotta go hit tab. Tab will put you in a first person mode. This one is not the one you want. Tab again. Every time you hit tab, it changes your stance. That one absorbs blocks like Minecraft. Think of that as your pickaxe.
I have a question. How do you get out of the water?
Face the jump.
Okay.
Now walk to the side. There you go.
I need to get back home. Dad, can I play
Then you
this?
press G to fly.
What is that thing? Dad, there's literally a green and blue crab.
Uh-oh.
What are those?
Those are huge.
I know I'm gonna kill them. The weird creatures you find at nighttime. Kill you. Snake.
Oh, that'd be a cool pet. Everything.
Pebble's Pebble. There's another green one. I'm not interested in you. I'm interested in this crab. Come here. That he literally has a skull face.
Yeah, look at that.
I think they attack you once you get near them. I gotta be careful. Dad, why am I out all night? See, Dad, look at the crab. Look at the creatures you find out here. What is that?
Bunch of them.
What is that thing? I know that crab, but what is?
Didn't you?
Dad, I just got glob. Dad, what is that thing? Look, right here. I just killed it. Let's see what I got. Dad, come here. I got God. I mean, God, look. Look at this thing, Daddy.
Oh, yeah?
Look at this thing. What is that?
I have no idea.
That's an evolved leafy. Daddy, I think you find evolved pets out here. Look, look, that's an evolved crab. That's an evolved leafy. That's an evolved pig. Hey, these are the coolest pets out here. You should get one of these. How do you tame pets?
Who, what?
How do you tame pets? I want to tame that.
Oh, you gotta make a bell. You gotta craft. This game is crafting.
Dad, what is that thing? Come here.
I don't know. Yes. Yeah, grab it.
Oh, I'm taking all that boy, and I'm running before these pets get in my way. What are you? Making sure I press the right key. Right. Look at the flick of the wrist. Ayy.
Stop that. Press on my mouse.
Oh yeah, it's also copyright too. Daddy, these are like neon pets out here. What is that thing? Come here.
Get on there, bird. What do you think so far?
Run. Run. Treasure chest.
Dipper?
Look, there's 2 treasure chests, Daddy.
Oh.
I don't like this part of the lands. Why all of a sudden did it change? And, yep.
It's a lot of useful stuff.
Where's the other one? Over there.
Right. Day 13's like, someone's enjoying the game. Right? And he was
Oh
talking about
my
he didn't wanna play
god!
it.
Wow. I hope you get eaten by a monster, you pig.
You want me to see if I can get this on your computer?
I mean, sure, but I'm not gonna be as good as you guys. Can I keep playing while you're doing that? Thank you. J13, I need, I kind of lost the house, J13. J13, I'm lost. Blue beacon in the sky? I'm too far. I don't know what that thing is. Look for a blue beacon in the sky. J13, I may have a problem. I'm at the desert lands. So I think I just gotta go backwards. Oh, a chest. Oh, yes. That, I think. What is L Rockster? A lobster? Look for the blue beacon in the sky. I think I just gotta go the way I came from, this way. Why is there so many green pigs? J13, what is that thing? What is that? Hey, you don't run away from me. Come here. Arcstone, moss tool, gunpowder. Okay. J13, I have no idea how I survived the whole night. I'm still looking for the blue beacon. But I don't know how far I am. I gotta look for red stuff too. Okay, I know I didn't. You crafted a white beacon. Yeah, J13, I think I'm far away from the house. Okay, I think I'm getting closer because there's regular pigs now. Yep, there's regular pigs. J13, I found the house! Yay! I finally found a house. I've seen some weird creatures on my way, but I finally got it. I've seen some weird creatures on my way. I've seen some mutant crabs. I've seen some mutant pigs. I've seen mutant everything. I even seen a mutant I've seen a mutant lanternfish. This was the beacon I was looking for. No. Right above the beacons. No. Yay! Hello, world. How do you get furniture in this game? Hold on. You get wooden bookshelves, pressure plate, windows with doors. You get flower pots. You get beds. Get a wooden door. Get a white brick fireplace and a brick fireplace. You guys are lucky. And you got holiday windows. Taming call it. Boy, I went out all this way to get a crab, and I didn't get a taming call. How do you use the taming call? Craft it. Route time. Look at the Day 13, where are you at? Day 13, how do you get in your inventory? This is my inventory. Who's this? J13, how do you get to the tools? J13, where you at? Oh, I can see you're building this. Okay, come down. I can't find J13. He just told me where he was.
Right, he's like, click on the bag. Give me 1 second. All right, give me a second. Go ahead.
I play. J13, I can't see you. Where you at? I know you're on top of the trees. How did you get up there? Well, where are you now? How do I do that? Can you show me? Can you show me how you did it?
Mic off.
J13, how do you heal yourself? I kind of went overboard on the glider and now I'm at 10 health. Where are the mushrooms? That's great. J13, do we lose anything we die? I took all my stuff back. Is that good? Alright, J13, I'll come back in the trees. Hello, sir. How do you do? How do you do, sir? I'm doing good as well. Now let me help you clean all this out. Yeah! I've been wanting to see those, but my dad said they're too dangerous. Whee! Whee! Where'd you go? J13, I have a bad feeling about this. Nope, this is when I back away, J13. This is when I go back up to the surface. Nope, not today. What about over here? J13, what about over here? Sorry, J13. But I thought there was a hole under here, and I saw lava on the other side, so I thought this was a cave with lava in it. J13, you see what I see? You see a lava over there? You see a lava over here? If you stare right here, don't you see the lava? See, I thought that was a hole right there, so I thought that was like a cave, but apparently not. So let's go this way. Oh. J13, you better protect me, because I don't know how to fight in this game. I know you go like that, but... Don't we have like torches or something? Nope. Is there a turn back button, please? Nope, not jumping down there. Going over here. What is that thing? J13, come here. What is that? That did nothing. That did nothing as well. Okay. This is bedrock? J13, can you stop knocking me out?
It's stalling now. It's giving me a hard time.
Daddy, me and J13 are exploring the mines. I just saw a big giant monster. Look at that thing. What is that?
Oh, Jay's throwing bombs at it.
How many bombs do you have?
I have a bunch of them.
Finally, he said finally killed one of them. He used like 50 bombs and finally killed. Yeah, 13 bombs. Do you work at a bomb factory? Hey, J13, come stand back on this block. Stand back on this block right here. Stand back on that block. Hey, don't be angry at me. I kind of made you die once. I kind of made you die once already.
It's alright. I can't pick it up, right?
No.
Or you get your stuff back when you do.
I got your stuff back.
Yeah, the game like skips sometimes.
What is that? Stalactite? Siltstone? What kind of stuff do you have in this game? Big giant hallway? I don't like that. Nope. Oh, nope. J13, can't we just glide down or something? Yeah, I don't.
You don't want to get stuck down there. Hold me first.
A Night Pigsy? That's what his name is? Night Pigsy. Oh, I got a mushroom. How do you... 6? How do you use it?
What?
How do you use that?
Oh.
Mushroom.
That's number 6 on the keyboard. Your health regenerates over time, not all at once. Okay.
Oh, Daddy, I want to tame that monster. Can I tame that?
Why not just stop right there? I think you could tame those, but
Where,
they're hard to tame.
where did J13 go?
Yeah. I'm a big...
Hold on, where did J13 just go?
Probably just...
He's over there.
Tell Jay to protect you real quick.
J13, I'm gonna go back up to the house. Yeah, that's... Okay! Stop, dude!
Yeah, go to the house real quick where it's...
Yeah, about... J13, do you know the way up to the house?
Or just pause it right there.
Hold on, J13's about to show me the way to the house. Press T to teleport. T. Jasmine. Oh, his touchpad. Oh, Daddy, his touchpad. That's helpful.
Give me 1 second, guys. Jay, we're gonna get right back into it. Hold on, give me 1 second, bro. A second here. Hold on, let me see.
You're fired!
Alright, hold on, guys. Alright, sorry about all that huge delay. Server, you will be disconnected. Oh shoot, you can't go AFK too long. Alright, so we gotta figure out what we're gonna want to do here, guys. Oh, is that like a beam thing? Yeah, that's pretty cool. About time. I know, right? No, little man, he's gotta go to bed, guys. It's getting pretty late and stuff. All right, Jay, let's go ahead and figure out, see what else we gotta do here. All right, Jay, what did you want to do next? Like, where did you want to go? So weird that we just like suck everything up with our gloves. Alright, we gotta figure out what we're gonna want to do here now. Yeah, we're gonna do the mines, bro. We're gonna do the mines for sure. Oh wait, is your plants growing? Yeah, Thomas, Jay's playing with me, bro. Thomas, did you ever add me on Call of Duty, bro? Are you still lying to me, man? Are you still playing with my emotions, bro? Alright, let me empty out some of my inventory thingies. Hold on, let me see here. Need another chest, man. Oh, 2 empty ones? Oh, okay, cool. Alright, so blocks, 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 blocks. Oh, the health items, yeah. Which one was it? I had the my mushrooms. Honestly, I haven't really been playing that much lately, so not that high of a rank, but I'm gonna keep advanced health potions, I mean. Okay. Wait, 200? What? Yo, did they up the rank? I was level 140 some, and then they did the new season and reset it, everybody. I lost a lot of progress with that. All right, let's go ahead and do this, bro. Oh yeah. So what do we want to do here? We'll have to start getting into the crafting, but right now I think we're just gonna go ahead and do some exploration. First thing I want to make sure though, Jay, is torches and stuff. So if I want to build things, I know we can only do it from like whatever we have in here, but torches. What do I need for torches? So we have the cold torch made in a crafting menu, used to light dark areas and prevent creatures spawning. Okay, so it's the same thing like Minecraft. Used to light dark areas and prevent creatures spawning. So that's a moss torch, smoky and lets off very little light. It will be somewhat romantic if you weren't coughing all the time. So this one's better then. So I would need coal and a wood rod. Oh dude, you got a bunch. Okay. How do I know how many I have? Holy crap, put that away. That's kind of cool. Alright, so I got some torches and stuff for us. Got some health, we got some mushrooms we can eat. Nice house. Thank you, Thomas. Jay actually built it. Jay did a really fine, great job at it. All right, Jay. Well, let's go ahead and see if fix my chair here real quick. There you go. For some reason, the shocks went down. All right, so we have the I like this random headache out of nowhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Yeah, I mean, it should be good. Alright, so we got some torches, we got some consumables. I think we're ready to go, right? Do we need anything else, Jay? Do we want to build more bombs? Iron mining cell. Do we even have this stuff? I'm not worrying about it right now. Oh, what's all this? What is all that? Oh, light. Oh. Might be good to hang that up in the ceiling. Oh, it tells me what I need. I need iron bar, obsidian slab. Yeah, we'll do this later. Jay, which one of the hand thingies do you have? Are you doing the iron mining cell, or you just got the obsidian one? Oh, you have the obsidian one? Yeah, me too. Me too. My bad. Okay, I didn't know you were typing in this chat. I got you, bro. We're good for now. I don't want to go down there with too much in case we die off. Keeps the enemies from spawning around here. I think I have enough stuff to make them. Yeah, you actually might. Let's get the iron in. We're gonna need them, bro. Because if we go down there, what if we get iron and we can't get it? That'd probably be bad news. Hello, world. You know, when you went down to the mine cells, were there like certain blocks you couldn't like take out or what? I was getting to where I was unable to get certain blocks. Gotcha. So yeah, the deeper you go. Yeah, let's build an iron one then. So we need 4 iron bars, 2 obsidian slabs, 8 salt rocks, glowing mushrooms, and seashells. Holy mackerel. Glowing mushrooms? Yeah. Yep. 4 iron bars. 2 obsidian slabs, 8 salt rocks, 8 glowing mushrooms, 4 seashells. Dum 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 dum. Glowing mushrooms, you only got 1. Uh-oh, Jay. Are we gonna be able to do this, bro? You think we're gonna be able to do this right now? I don't know if we're gonna be able to, man. I don't know. What do you guys think? Alright, well, let's go get some salt rocks. Let's focus on that. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay. Do you know where we get salt rocks, Jay? But I don't remember where to find ya, but I know it's near the beach. Okay. Go to the beach. Wherever a beach may be. And right over here to the left. Maybe around here, you think? What do you think? Possibly? Mm-hmm. Oh my god, really, Thomas? Really, bro? Yeah? I can't help it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're fired!
Why am I fired? No! Oh my god. Okay. Alright, hold on, guys. Yeah, we'll see. Right. Alright, so what happens now that the ore is done? That's it? Yeah, you're definitely right, Jay. Let's go and head back, bro. How the heck can I get out of here? Yay, 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 yay. Oh, what the? It's my pet now. Yeah. 3 pets I'm gonna go ahead and take back to the house. Alright, we got a bunch of coal here that I grabbed. Seriously? Only takes a little bit to do and then we're good. It's like it's making a beat. Ah, there you go. All done. What do we do with these bosses anyway? What are we building with these? They kind of give me like that Tomb Raider vibe. I wonder what's causing that stutter though. It's like not all the time. It's like every so many minutes. Death statue? What the heck is all this? It's just dirt. Alright, let's go to head back real quick, guys. That was when I died down there. Oh! Okay, I got your stuff. But before I head up... Okay. That's not fair, dude. I'm scared to even know how much I really lost. I gotta go back and get it. No, I need my stuff. I need my stuff. No, why would you be so mean to me? I blame that little green piggy, man. Alright, wait, I still got my stuff. Or most of it anyways. Jay, I do not remember where we went, bro. I think we went this way. Why are you going up so high? Way south. I think I see your beacon there. Oh, it even shows where your body was. Wow. Yeah, I'm not liking this third person to battle though. It's kind of annoying. Oh, I want to tame that thing. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead and tame one. Yep, I tamed one. Okay, so there's one of mine coming with me now. I got that thing tamed. Where's that other thing at? Poor Jay. Jay got blown to smithereens. Well, that's my pets. Hey, it's my pet now. All they can do is stay. Okay. Okay, well, let's clear up this area then. A bunch of how we do it. We'll go grab me some water while those are extracting. Okay. We're almost done, guys. They're almost done. Oh, yeah. Almost done. There we go. We got them all done. What is with that water? I don't get what's going on in that water. Requires diming. Well, that's diamond mining cell. Oh, it gives you unlimited health? What? Oh, that's my pet. Scared the crap out of me, dude. We made sure of that. Yeah, we're definitely not in the right area. Gotta be this way. But not far from the beach, I see it now. Okay. There we go. Alright, so from the beach. Oh, we got seashells. We're gonna need these. Some of the animals in this game really do crack me up, though. Crabs give you seashells. We need to. Yeah, let's do it. Bum 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 bum. Wow, the whole pet system though kind of reminds me of like those Roblox like simulator types things. Alright, we're getting pretty good at inventory systems here, guys. Dude, I think I'm full, bro. Oh no, I've been defeated while I was in the air. That's not good. Alright guys, we gotta get back over there. Whoa, what the heck? Was I literally just running? Okay. Hey, what's up, Salad? Okay, here we go. Let's get back. There's my dead body. At least I got my death statue back, which is perfect. I'm grabbing all the seashells, man. Get these bad boys off the ground. Okay, so we got those. We're still gonna need other things. Jay, did you get like the salt rocks? Have you found them? And now collect these while we're at it. Go underground. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take this stuff back real quick. I'm gonna take my pets back too. We gotta get the pets back at the house. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Getting a little tired. This probably be the last game for today. I beat a lot of games today. So I was able to delete some of them out of the hard drive, but yeah, right now we're just kind of finishing it up here with some Creativerse and then take a break. Get some night nap. We got New Year's Eve coming around the corner. Lots we gotta do, guys. By the way, happy early New Year's, guys, in case I don't hear from some of you. I hope it goes good for everybody. Get ready for the year of 2020. Yeah, we need more storage. I went, you know what? Can I build a storage here? Let's see here. Wood chests. You need beeswax, cragwood, and vines. The cragwood is definitely this. Until 5? Okay. Man, that sucks. You gotta work. I hope you're off the next day, bro. Especially if you're gonna, like, party or anything. You don't want to be all, like, super hungover. That would suck. That would not be good. Okay, so now we need vines. What that one account with it? Let me guess these. Where the heck do I get vines at? There's vines here. I really gotta look for vines? There is a lot in the chest. Okay. What happened to my other creatures? See what else we got. So there's got to be a way to get a bigger chest though. I mean, I know we got the gift box ones, but that's wood. What if stone gives us more, like, storage? Man, you need some weird things to craft some things in this game. It's crazy, bro. Alright, so I need a... We don't need to be doing that anymore. So with this one... Oh, we don't need to track this, the wooden one no more. Maybe we can untrack that. Okay, I need stone rod and stone slab. Yep. Wow. Well, let's see how much space this actually gives us here now. $35. So the wooden chests are what? 25? I think we're gonna have to practice a little bit more on the crafting part, guys. I think for the most part we're doing all right. Okay, let's get up here up top. Man, you get so much stuff, I don't know where to put it. Oh gosh. I could still make more of those. Okay. There's got to be something better than the stone, though. So after that stone, what can we build next for storage? That's the stone chest. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's anything with the gold part that we can do anything. And an adobe, no. I don't think anything with this either. Huh. What about the architect chest? That's what you built before, right? That architect chest would be the one you have in the other house. That's the best one. That's this one. That's 40. So you only get 5 more slots. Alright, it's okay. What's after that one? It's got to be another one. Okay, so after the architect chest, what else do we have? That's it. So we just need a bunch of those then. We need arc stone. Okay, we might actually have to build a room just for chests, bro. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to build a bunch of them. Have like one wall full of like blocks, one wall full of crafting items. Because right now I think it's pretty hectic. I mean, we know for the most part what we need the most is crafting items and I got seeds. Let me put these seeds away. I'm trying to get organized here, man. Put some of the crafting materials away. Crafting. 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 You know what, Jay? Let's see, blocks. How many block items can we store? What is it, like 99 maybe? Container's full? Is there a way we can like move a chest without collapsing it? Ay. Okay, I think for the most part I got everything put away, which is good. So you make just Arctic chests? There is a Grand Arctic chest which is bigger. Okay, how do we make the Grand Arctic chest? That's interesting. Hopefully, we make Grand Arctic chest. I don't know if it lets me make that one. Arctic chort. Wow, I see it now. Shoot, I forgot we gotta build it first. Alright. Stone chest, we don't need to track that anymore. Why am I still tracking that? Okay, Jay. We need to make some Grand Arctic chests. I guess that's gonna be the biggest. Right. Because arc stones are gonna be hard to find. We need to expand this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll do those later. Yeah, I think we did pretty good today. Yeah, go ahead. What is it? Oh, what the heck? Oh my gosh. Oh! All we damage each other. I didn't know that. I wish there was a way to dodge these a little better, but these guys... My leather legging is damaged. No. Yep, that's right. Run around in circles, guys. I'll let you grab it, Jay. Go ahead. Okay. So, what the heck was this? Alright, let's see. So, I'm gonna go ahead and take this back real quick. Alright, so stone rods, glob of glue. Honestly, bro. See something here. What if there we go. Kind of reminds me of like a skinnier version of like Ymir. Jay, what the heck was going on here though? Why is this still here like this? Oopsie daisy. I made a big boo-boo. I made a big boo-boo. Okay, so The heck is that? Oh, I do want to tame that. Hold on. Wow, this one takes a long time to tame. Look at that. Here we go, we got it. Let's see if it'll follow me. There it goes. Hey, good job. Oh my gosh. Oh, this one's a wild one. You know what this one reminds me of? It reminds me of Metapod, like the Pokemon Metapod, but like with legs. It's a Metapod on legs. That's exactly what they are. They're hungry? Yeah. They're always hungry. All right, here we go. How about we clear this out? Let's get some more room for you to increase your house here, Jay. Is there a quicker way we can take these out? Jeez Louise. You need to find some diamonds? Okay, that's fine. The diamond was down. I found a diamond. It's like a pool of water, but it's diamond. Only problem is you need a diamond, we need to craft the, like a diamond, mining cell. That's pretty much what we're gonna need in order to do that, pretty much. There we go. Ooh, we need to do the iron one first. Yeah. So it seems like we don't unlock them unless we do them in like a set order. So the iron mining cell would be next. Now there was iron down where we were, bro. We found iron and diamond. We need to mine that. Yeah, we do need the salt rock too. Ooh. Okay, we're clearing up shop here, bro. I'm trying to get you some more space to build here, Jay. It looks like we're gonna be doing a lot of construction on your house, bro. Wait till I learn the furniture system next. I mean, I built a couple things, nothing crazy though. Alright, I think we almost got it pretty much done on that part though. Oh my gosh, my eyes are killing me right now. Guys, I think I'm getting really tired. We're gonna try to clear this up. And Jay, didn't you say you grabbed some of that what was it? Salt rock? Did you find salt rock? Oh, you didn't. Oh, shoot. We're in trouble. I can see under the world. Like, I see gold or whatever that was. I saw it for a second. Alright, we got a bunch of those right now. There we go. Yeah, like we see under the world for like a split second, like something's under there. It's like gold. Oh man. Yeah, we'll go one over. Maybe just a little more just to be safe here. Okay, so we're gonna clear a path where we want it to be cleared at. There we go. Good, 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 good. Right, right. Man, this took a long time just to clear this up. Oh, the lights stay lit. Oh! Okay, so we got that over there pretty much for the most part. Around here is all even. So Jay, what were you building over here anyway? These lag spikes are real. Yeah, I know, bro. No, I didn't. It is in the mine near the beach. That place is gonna be huge. I see. It looks like it's gonna be super huge, bro. Like, I see. Oh, you're building a fort? Not for me. It's just a blueprint. Edit permissions. Wait, what? Oh, it just took a little time to load. Oh yeah, that looks like it's gonna be nice. So what do you need? So you do need dirt. So you need a lot of wooden walls. You need some wood roof. At least it tells you what you need, so that's actually pretty cool. That's crazy. How about we get this thing finished then? Is there a quicker way to do it, or do we have to actually like bring in whatever we need? I know, we need them. Alright, well, let's build those extractors. Actually, on the other hand, I don't know, my eyes are killing me. Holy crap. Trix is getting tired. What's our uptime right now? Oh yeah, I think we're well overdue. Yeah, the lag spikes are annoying. I guess I'm getting used to it. Oh, Jay, Trix is getting tired. Ugh. I think it's time for some night rest. Wow, shoot. My eyes are getting watery. What the heck? I like that Xbox shows that you're playing Creativerse. Like, that's crazy. But yet, is this game on Xbox? I know sometimes it doesn't have to be an Xbox game. Okay. Alright. Alright, yeah, I think I'm gonna get some shut-eye, bro. Trix is getting tired. Oh man. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yo, Jay, we did good, bro. We did good, man. There's a lot to build in this game. Like, it's a lot to remember. Thank goodness we got like a tracking system, because there's no way. It'd be nice if this was crossplay, though. Yeah, I think we did really well, dude. Alright, guys. Well, Trix is gonna get some rest, get some shut-eye. I really appreciate everything, guys. We did quite a few games. I mean, we did Home Sweet Home, beat it. I was so sad that we beat it. It had a pretty sad ending, but loved it. It was a good game. And then I did not really like the Never Let Me Wake game. I think was that the one I think I had an issue with. I'm not really 100% sure. And then Witch Hunt was okay. Wasn't really a scary horror game as I thought it would be, but it's a pretty cool hunting game if that's something you're into. So that wasn't too bad. And then we started doing some of this, but yeah, I'm gonna get some rest, guys. So yep, Trix is out of here. Thank you so much for everything. You guys have a great night, and I'll catch you guys in the next broadcast. Bye, guys.